is located as well on the bottom of your screen. Please remember to keep your computers on and stay on the Zoom meeting during the coffee breaks. I now give the floor to Michaela Martin.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amaranta, and also welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. This is day 3 of our International Policy Forum, and I think it will be another exciting day, as today we will enter into a new topic, which is the role and importance of governance mechanisms to support flexible learning pathways. So I think it's a very important topic that we have identified in our research, and we have a very interesting panel discussion this morning on this topic. This will be followed by a series of working group sessions, so you do not need to worry, you will be allocated directly. You just have to stay connected, and then you will join your respective working group. There will be a small introduction to how the working groups will operate also prior to allocating you into the different breakout rooms. And so without further ado, I will pass it to Professor N.B. Varghese. I should quickly say that Professor Varghese is the Vice Chancellor of India's National Institute for Educational Planning and Administration. Professor Varghese is also the founding director of the Policy Research Institute located at Nipah in India. So he is a renowned expert on higher education governance, and it is a particular pleasure and honor to pass the floor to him.
Thank you, Dr. Michaela. It's a great honor and a proud privilege to chair a session, and thank you very much for this invitation to IIEP and to Michaela and also to Juliana. It is also very important and also very nice experience that, when Michaela is organizing or Michaela's team is organizing something, everything is well laid out. It's almost like a clockwork job that is well done, well planned, and well executed. So I feel highly privileged to be chairing the session, and you have excellent speakers. I will not take any time to preempt them from speaking. So we have excellent speakers, and I will introduce each one of them just before they start their interaction sessions. The first one is Michaela, and it is very difficult to introduce Michaela to this audience and to this group. You have been interacting with her for I don't know how many years, ever since this idea of flexible pathways, this project was born. She has in contact with many of us, and I am sure that you knew her by face, and many of you knew her in person, face-to-face interactions, although we are not meeting now in a face-to-face interaction. She is the leading light of higher education in IIEP. And she did not start this work in this decade or in this century. I'm not revealing her age by saying that she has been in the field of higher education, nurturing higher education, starting the research process in higher education, getting into different areas. I think it will not be out of place if I say that she was more renowned till last 2 or 3 years ago as the person of quality, research on quality and accreditation, external quality assurances, internal quality assurance mechanisms, etc. So she was our quality person. She was the face of quality in IIEP and especially in research in IIEP. She has published many articles, and I feel very happy to address her as Dr. Michaela, which we never used to do. So Dr. Michaela, it is your time, and you have indicated that you will take only 10 minutes. So continue with that. As a person, as a chairperson, I would like to say that I have seen yesterday's meetings. I have seen day for yesterday's meetings, and all the speakers were very nice to stick to their time. And I feel that I will also be expecting that all the speakers will be sticking to their time, the deadlines. And I will anyway show you my hand when you are left with 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Michaela. It's your time now.
Thank you, Varghese, for this very warm welcome. And It's really a particular pleasure and privilege to introduce into this panel. Let me start sharing my screen. And okay, is it showing now?
The title page is there, not the content page.
Okay, and I have to move it.
Just click on the slideshow mode.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so here we are with my presentation on international perspectives on governance. So this very much aligns with what we have been doing in the other panels so far, either myself on day one or Juliana yesterday. So is this, the idea of this presentation is actually to provide an international perspective on how governance can enhance the implementation of flexible learning pathways, and based on the findings from the IIEP research on the topic. So our research looked at a number of dimensions related to governance, and one was actually policy. And we were researching how policy was supporting flexible learning pathways or not. So in this presentation, I will explore the role of policy frameworks, regulation and autonomy, quality assurance, national qualifications frameworks, funding mechanisms, monitoring and evaluation. As usual, I will conclude with some main issue points. Now, in our research, we looked at the existence of policy frameworks that support flexible learning pathways in UNESCO member states. We found that policies play a crucial role in supporting flexible learning pathways. In stating FLP as a national objective and making flexibility an explicit part of the national policy for higher education was a powerful way to promote the development and implementation of FLPs. It was seen as both highlighting the importance of FLP for a nation and demonstrating commitment. So governments can set specific national policies for FLPs, but more commonly flexible learning pathways are addressed through other policies. According to our international survey, in more than 2/3 of the responding countries, FLPs were supported by policies related to information and guidance for students, the NQF, and policies for lifelong learning. Somewhat less prevalent, yet still present in more than half of the responding countries, are policies on RPL, so recognition of prior learning, and policies on credit transfer. And governance frameworks can enable, but also create barriers to the implementation of flexible learning pathways. One of such barriers can be the lack of autonomy for higher education institutions to implement flexible learning pathways. As a major finding that came out quite strongly from our research was the need to balance regulation and autonomy to enhance the implementation of FLPs. On the one hand, regulation is necessary to guide higher education institutions in the implementation of policy, but on the other hand, higher education institutions also need autonomy to find local solutions to existing problems. So we have seen a good practice coming from Finland. In Finland, while the government sets and drives the political agenda on flexible learning pathways, higher education institutions have autonomy in offering and organizing open studies, and we have heard about that on day one, the structure of the curriculum, and recognition of prior learning procedures. Institutional autonomy is understood as an important principle embedded in Finnish higher education and seen as supportive of flexible learning pathways. What we could see in general was that implementation of FLPs is more homogeneous across higher education institutions in more regulated higher education systems, but it varied more strongly across higher education institutions in decentralized higher education systems. And more so, in the institutions in more market-oriented systems tended to group together in partial segments in groups of elite higher education institutions or others, so under hierarchies of prestige, to create articulation, but only among them. So this can be seen also as an obstacle to creating flexible learning pathways across the higher education sector. Quality assurance and accreditation are instruments that can both facilitate and inhibit flexible learning pathways in higher education. They can inhibit it when they convey a conservative and rigid view of what higher education should look like. Over the past 30 years, quality assurance systems has been established in most countries worldwide. So it's a common phenomenon, but the way that quality assurance works for flexible learning pathways diverges. So quality assurance can facilitate flexible learning pathways through an alignment between program standards and NQF program and level descriptors, and therefore facilitate both horizontal and vertical student transfers. You have heard about that yesterday. Quality assurance can support implementation of recognition of prior learning, as I mentioned, credit transfer systems, flexible modes of delivery, and propose guidelines for the improvement. So we have heard also already about Malaysia and the guidelines that the MQA provides on APL, MOOCs, and micro-credentials. And SACWA has also produced guidelines on credit accumulation and transfer and RPL, recognition of prior learning. A good practice comes also from India, where the National Assessment and Accreditation Council is involved in monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the choice-based credit system. So it is also looking into the implementation of choice-based credit system and therefore contributes to its evaluation. National qualifications frameworks are crucial for creating a shared understanding of learning outcomes, which is a prerequisite to the comparability of qualifications. However, there are often separate qualifications frameworks for academic and vocational institutions. This is a common obstacle to the establishment of articulation and seamless transition between TVET and the higher education sector. Flexible learning pathways are best served when quality assurance systems and the NQF work together. For instance, when levels of learning outcomes stipulated in NQFs are used for program QA. Our international survey has collected data on the alignment of NQF level descriptors and program QA standards. Findings from the survey indicate that in 45 countries, program QA focusing on learning outcome is a prerequisite for accreditation or registration of a program on the NQF. 47 countries mentioned that the NQF level descriptors and program quality assurance standards are aligned. We will hear in this panel more about South Africa. South Africa, for instance, the South African Qualifications Authority, SACWA, was created through a legislative framework to coordinate the sub-frameworks within the National Qualifications Framework, managed by 3 quality councils. So it's a very interesting way actually to have a seamless national qualifications framework while also working with the different subsectors of the post-secondary and tertiary education system. Funding is another key factor supporting the implementation of FLPs in all studies countries. So there are 2 types of funding that we can see which are important. Project funding to specifically support flexible learning pathways, but also student financial support. Concerning the first, we have heard already about the Finnish practice where the government steered, the former government steered the implementation of flexible learning pathways through project funding for the TRY project. So higher education institutions receive project funding when they work together on flexible learning pathways. So this project funding supports also collaboration among higher education institutions. We have also seen that higher education higher education institutions in Finland will be provided with funding, universities 5% of total funding for the credits that open study students take for continuous learning. So here again, incentive funding plays an important role to support flexible learning pathways. And a last word about the evaluation of policy implementation. So the availability of information from evaluation on the implementation of FLPs is central in understanding their effectiveness. From our international survey, we know that different FLP policies were monitored and evaluated across the studied countries, some focusing on RPL, on CAT, and others on OLD or continuous learning. Findings suggest, however, that evaluation of policy implementation is not a common practice among the surveyed higher education systems. So more countries monitor the implementation of the NQF's lifelong learning systems and policies, or information and guidance policies for students, then evaluate them. So evaluation is the missing link in the monitoring and evaluation chain. Regarding evaluation practices, we found in the case countries good examples that come from Malaysia and South Africa. In Malaysia, MQA has accredited several higher education institutions in their capacity as national guidance and counseling centers and as testing centers for accreditation of prior learning. These centers undertake research on the awareness of APEL and evaluate the outcomes of APEL initiatives. In South Africa, the provision of data is mandated by the higher education legislation in 1997, the Higher Education Act, and data is provided through different databases on equity, RPL, and CAT, and extended curriculum programs. And the National Learners Record Database operated by SAQA provides information on qualifications and accredited higher education institutions, recognized professional bodies, registered professional designations, and data on equity groups participating in the different FLPs. Now, let me come to the main issue points. To conclude, I would like to present a few main issue points. So in our research, we found that most countries lack a unified policy framework for FLPs. They are typically implemented under policies for recognition of prior learning, credit accumulation and transfer, and lifelong learning. The implementation of FLPs differs also across the subsectors of higher education. Hence, there is a need for a holistic policy on FLPs that emphasizes flexibility in access, progression, and graduation. We also found that while FLPs were often designed to support disadvantaged groups, this connection was not always made explicit in the policy framework. Hence, there is a need to emphasize that flexible learning pathways can be a strong instrument to enhance equity in the higher education sector. And as discussed earlier, regulation alone is not enough for effective implementation of FLPs. To find an adequate balance between regulation and autonomy, but also regulation and funding for the implementation of FLPs remains a challenge in many countries. So there is a need to offer regulation that is not too constraining, that supports the higher education institutions in the implementation of FLPs. And the provision of project funding and funding for continuous learning opportunities from the government can be a strong means that can support the implementation of FLPs at higher education institutions. And finally, and last but not least, the evaluation of the implementation of FLPs is crucial for identifying and removing potential barriers and ensuring their effectiveness. This process requires availability of data to show how FLPs support students, and in particular students from disadvantaged groups. And I stop here. So this is a lot of, in a nutshell, some of the main findings from our research. And we are looking forward to hearing from the other panelists. And I pass it to you, Varghese. Thank
you, Michaela, for a very, very crystal clear presentation on the issues and highlighting. You know how to prioritize when you have only 10 minutes what is to be presented and what is not to be presented. Thank you very much for that. I think this is very well presented. I just highlight only 2 or 3 takeaways. One is that regulations have a balancing act to ensure that the flexible learning pathways will not lead to anarchy of the higher education system. I think that is the main message that you are trying to say. In terms of the supporting instruments, it becomes very important that autonomy, institutional autonomy is required. At the same time, student support system is required. These are essential for the freedom of the students to choose the pathway, and also the flexibility to be provided by both from the provider point of view and from the point of view of the person who is making use of it. That's a very important takeaway. The third one is that is related to, I put it as a third one because the next speaker will be elaborating on that. That is on national qualification framework. Europe has European higher education qualification framework. Africa has their own area, higher education area. And South Africa is one of the countries which introduced a national qualification framework immediately after Britain started in the 1980s in UK. So it is there. South Africa is the leading country. And I am sure that Lepeng will be, Madam Lepeng, I hope I did not mispronounce your name, Matso, and she'll be making a presentation. I should say that the study was also done by Heidi Bolton. So she could not join, and I take this opportunity to introduce Lepeng. She is the Deputy Research Director at the South African Qualifications Authority, and she holds a PhD in Sociology from the University of Edinburgh and in Scotland. She has completed her postdoctoral research at the University of Luxembourg, and in her current role as the Deputy Director or Deputy Research Director of the South African Qualification Framework, she coordinates research activities and strategic planning. And I think this is one of the necessary conditions. National Qualification Framework is one of the necessary conditions to ensure that flexible learning pathways are chosen by the students and also offered by the institutions. Madam, it is your time, 15 minutes. If you exceed the time, I'll show you 2 minutes. Otherwise, if you are continuing, and I feel that you will not exceed the time, I will not show you any time limit. Thank you. It's your time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Julie Reddy, who's the CEO of SAQA, and she's going to kick off our presentation. Can everybody see it?
Yes, we can hear you. Well, madam, no problem.
Okay, good day all. This is Julie Reddy. I'm the CEO of SAQA, and thank you for this opportunity. I just want to say that Dear Peng and myself inherited this presentation about 2 hours ago because Dr. Bolton is quite ill, unfortunately. We're hoping that we'll do justice to this presentation, but please bear with us. I think Michaela has set up a very nice context for the presentation and framed it really well. So thank you for that, Michaela. Next slide, dear Peng. So we're gonna go from a macro sort of framing of this presentation of our strategic imperatives for the country and drill down to our higher education and training system in South Africa, and then drill down to the micro levels of our higher education system, and then how flexible learning pathways are constructed within that framework. Thank you very much. Next one. All right, just to give you a sense, South Africa's population currently is 58.7 million. Of that, 44% are in 2 provinces. We have 9 provinces. The province of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Gauteng now, which is the most, second most populated province, is really, being very hard hit by this COVID-19 third wave, and we're really reeling from that. And that's where Dear Peng and I are based currently. Next slide. So we have a triple scourge in our country. Post our move into democracy from a very, very unequal apartheid system. And the triple threats, we call it, is always fundamental to the work we do and how we address these challenges: poverty, unemployment, and inequality. South Africa is a country of vast differentials in terms of haves and have-nots. I hope this picture shows you, the beauty of Cape Town to the informal settlements where a lot of people are unemployed and living very, basic lives and barely struggling to make a living. Next one. All right, so what are our national state drivers, or the drivers for implementing flexible learning pathways and implementing this? One is our National Development Plan, which we have. Key there is implementation of education and training provisions to the citizens or the people who live in our country. And the National Development Plan has particular emphasis on access to education and training and employment opportunities. The government has a 9-point plan for its priorities, so that also is taken into consideration. The Labour Market Intelligence Project, the National Skills Development, we're in the 3rd round of that. Every skills development plan is a 5-year national plan. But the 2 important documents is the white paper for post-school education and training that is located in our political principles, which is the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. So SAQA reports to that ministry. Out of that is a post-school education and training action plan that was published in 2019. And of course, the very act that established the NQF and, under which SAQA operates. SAQA is the custodian of the South African National Qualifications Framework. That is our NQF Act of 2008, which was amended in 2019. Next slide. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of this in the interest of time, but we have a very regulated policy and rich policy environment, as Michaela has alluded to. What I want to draw your attention to is we have a system of collaboration that is documented, and we report regularly on an annual basis to the Minister against government imperatives. And the system of collaboration includes all the NQF partners, the 3 quality councils, the ministries of basic and higher education, science and innovation, and SAQA. And this system of collaboration has rules governing how it operates. The 3 policies at the bottom, we have a vast policy suite, but the one I want to draw your attention to that is related to flexible learning pathways is the RPL policy. We have a national ministerial coordinating policy that speaks to funding and resourcing, not yet thoroughly implemented. The credit accumulation and transfer policy, and very important is an assessment policy that goes beyond just written examinations, but alternative means of assessment that accommodates RPL for credit. So I'll leave there. Next slide. Okay, this is what our NQF looks like. Very quickly, it's a 10-level framework which has differentiation across the 10 levels. Our general and further education sub-framework is levels 1 to 4. You will see it under the Quality Council for General and Further Education called Umalusi. The second framework is the Higher Education Framework, which goes from levels 5 to 10, and then the occupational qualification sub-framework, which goes from, for now, the minister has determined it from levels 1 to 8. He will take advice if it needs to be expanded further into 9s and 10s, which will then issue professional and vocational master's and doctorate degrees. So that's what our framework looks like. And one of the big things I need to draw your attention is level 5, I think, the intersection between these 3 frameworks, which is also an alternative pathway. So RPL is not the only flexible pathway into higher education. Level 5, if you don't meet your admission requirements at level 4, which is where your school leaving certificate is located, you can come in by doing the highest certificate at level 5 and enter through an alternative NQF pathway, because it is presumed that the learning outcomes and the knowledge, skills, and competencies of level 4 are already in place. I think that's an important principle, and it's one that governs how our NQF works. Next slide. Okay, our objectives come out of our constitution, which is our founding document, because South Africa is a constitutional democracy. The issues of access, redress, mobility, quality, and transparency all enable us to ensure that inclusivity and not exclusivity is what drives our work. Next one. Okay, the post-school landscape, during apartheid, we had a fractured system of 27 education and training departments, 21 public higher education systems, and you can see a very fractured system. Now since 1994, a single system with 26 public higher education systems, 50 TVET colleges, 9 community colleges, which constructs our higher education sector.
All right, shall I take over, Julie?
Yeah, I'll hand over to Dia Peng. Thank you.
Please come focus to the topic. Otherwise, you will not get time. You have already taken 10 minutes. Okay?
Yes. Yeah, we're getting
Talk
there.
about National Qualification Framework now, please.
So, as we've said, because equity and inclusion are critical to the South African agenda, data collection on race, gender, across race, gender, and modes of learning have been an important source of tracking transformation for us. So this figure here, we see that enrollment rates by race between 2007 and 2017, and that in 2017, we see a marked shift from those during apartheid, notably where we had 27% of Africans, 13% of Indians and colored, and 60% of whites being enrolled in universities in 1986. Okay. In terms of doctoral enrollment rates, we can see here a marked increase in the participation of women between 1994 and 2007. And also a very big increase in the participation of Black students, which includes African, colored, and Indian between 1994 and 2007. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the transformation reported comes about as a result of national and institutional level policies which come under the QF framework. So these are the types of flexible learning practices that we found in the case higher education institution in our research: the RPL, CAT, the extended curriculum programs, the supplemental instruction, which happens at the institutional level and includes support classes in addition to mainstream classes. We've got extended timetabling, so there's day and evening classes and repeat classes offered, part-time and full-time education offered, blended learning is offered, work integrated learning to help transition into the labor market, and other forms of student support that include mentoring, partnering, transportation and accommodation, and funding. In terms of RPL specific information that we got from our student experiences, we found that the people that we'd interviewed actually, by and large, came from disadvantaged backgrounds, and RPL was one way in which they could enter higher education. So one of the examples was that somebody said that the RPL process gave a very good preparation for university, because the university is very different to everything else around me that I knew. Another reported having performed very poorly in high school, and that RPL served as an avenue into university context. Okay, in terms of, so SACWA manages the National Learner Record Database, and we have records there of our national RPL achievements in addition to other information. And in terms of recording flexible learning pathways, we see here that we've got a total qualification achievements by RPL that are over 30,000 here, and in excess of 1.5 million for part qualifications achieved through RPL. In addition to that kind of information, SACWA has undertaken to map learning and work pathways in various sectors. This is an example of the mapping that was undertaken in the engineering sphere. We've also done this for early childhood development as well. Okay. I'll hand back to Julie to tie things up and offer us some overall lessons in terms of the RPL. Go ahead, Julie.
Thanks, dear Peng. So what are our lessons learned? Overall, what worked well for us is the robust and very rich policy framework, our instruments and political will. But policy itself does not work because, unfortunately, it's not sometimes in human nature. So institutional arrangements and champions of flexible learning provisions in the higher education space and also in our government departments amongst our political principles is an important driver. I've said the institutional commitments and positive student experiences. What are some of the areas of improvement going forward is getting dedicated funding for articulation and flexible learning pathways initiatives, more pathway mapping maps and sharing this information. So doing data analytics to show the benefits of these, balancing institutional autonomy with a national policy, but also having an appeal process in place where institutional autonomy goes against the human rights access issues of individual citizens. We have commenced with monitoring and evaluation. More work needs to be done there. Enhanced partnership, improved articulation between TVET and community education and training colleges and higher education, but backwards and forwards. There's no hierarchy from TVET into higher education. So vertical, horizontal, and diagonal learning pathways. It's not just one pathway into higher education. The NQF level 5 I spoke about, and greater policy and implementation and practical coherence and integration. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Finished? You're finished?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Reddy, I could not get a chance to introduce you because I did not know about this arrangement. I did not have your brief CV with you. So sorry.
That's all right. It's a late change. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the presentation, and certainly it raises a lot of issues since you are the persons leading this national qualification framework in Africa, not only in Africa, globally also. And we have a lot to learn from them. And also there are two dimensions, you talked about the qualification framework, how it is linked to the arrangements of the layers, and how the universities have reacted to that and how they readjusted their curriculum to fit to what we call as the doubling framework, or the type of things that you had created as a framework for changing from the years of education to the curriculum, and also the competency that is picked up by the students and by the skills, that is very important. And also it is important, you touched upon the issue of funding. But maybe when you are having in the question and answer session comes, you may take a minute or two also to explain how did the funding facilitate or not facilitate the smooth implementation of qualification framework. Because in South Africa, funding underwent a dramatic change between 1995 and 2010 and in the recent past, So therefore, it will be very interesting. Thank you very much for the presentation, and it was very good. I thought when you are presenting, you may not be able to finish on time. That's why I intervened. So I withdraw my statement. You have done very well. Thank you very much. Friends, we have one more presentation that is from Latin America. Before I call upon the person to comment on the discussion to comment on that. So Maria Jos, I cannot see her. She's there. I know that. Can you hear me? Madam Maria Jos?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I cannot see you. So thank you very much for coming. So yes, now I can see you. Thank you. She is an executive director at the Center for Inter-University Development Center in Chile. She's an expert in the design and implementation of quality assurance processes in higher education. At the forum, she will be presenting the findings of the Chilean flexible learning pathways, as part of the major study headed by Michaela and initiated by the IIEP. Madam, the time is yours now. Thank you very much.
I'm trying to share my screen.
Yes, we can see it. You can just now put the slideshow mode.
Okay, because I can't see it. I can see everyone, but
yeah, you have to go to your PowerPoint icon.
Yes.
You have to go to the display mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can't do it. I've always been able to do it, but now I can't. I'm sorry. Let me try again.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see it.
I will. Yeah, I will. Yes, you have shared it.
Yeah, but I don't see it.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will share it for you. No worries. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll stop sharing. Just a second. Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for the chance to take part in this very interesting study, which was for us a great opportunity to look at flexible learning pathways in Chile and to learn about aspects that we had not really considered before. We learned about national and institutional policies and heard from multiple stakeholders about interesting enablers and also about the obstacles to improve flexibility and articulation. Next. Context for policies is really important, so I will tell you a few words about our higher education system. Chile has 3 institutional levels: universities, which are allowed to grant professional and academic degrees, professional institutes who grant professional and technical vocational degrees, and vocational training centers, which only grant technical vocational degrees. There are 3 types of universities: state-owned and private with public funding, which are considered public universities. And then there are private universities with no public funding. Professional institutes and vocational training centers were all private until 2016, when the government decided to establish public centers along the country. The plans are to have 15 vocational training centers operating by 2022, and 12 have already been created, but are not yet operating fully. Now you can see from the slide that most of the enrollment is in universities at 57%, and that 70% of the enrollment is in private higher education institutions, which does not include the private with public funding.
Maria Jose, excuse me, sorry, your camera is blocked with something. Can you?
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
Yes. Now you can proceed.
Efficient in this. Okay, so it is a very university focused system and a very privatized system, which is probably one of the most privatized in Latin America. Next. You can see how enrollment has grown, mostly for universities, and a steady increase of universities, a late development of professional institutes, and very slow growth of vocational training centers, which is expected to pick up with the establishment of the public centers. Next. Governance of the higher education system is in the hands of four main institutions. The Undersecretariat for Higher Education, recently established and is the main governance agency. It is charged with proposing a strategic plan for higher education, providing information about the system, and managing funding for higher education institutions and for students. The National Accreditation Commission, in charge of quality assurance, compulsory accreditation for all institutions, for programs in medicine, dentistry, and teacher training, as well as doctoral programs. The National Council of Education, responsible for licensing new higher education institutions, oversight of the new vocational training centers, non-accredited institutions, and accreditation appeals. Then there's the Superintendence of Higher Education, which is charged with checking compliance with regulations and the correct use of public funding. Next. We looked at national policies, and we found out that they operate through two main mechanisms, funding and regulation. The clear priority for funding has been on student aid, especially to increase access for the more vulnerable groups. And these include free tuition for students in the first 6 income deciles, subsidized loans, grants and scholarships, and compensatory programs for students with good results in public secondary education. In terms of regulation, the Ministry of Education runs a comprehensive information system, which includes guidance for prospective students. The National Commission for Accreditation is charged with quality assurance, the implementation of a qualifications framework for technical and vocational training, which is still in its initial stages. Next. You can see how the policy to increase access has been effective. The participation of the 5 lower income deciles has increased from 30% in 1990 to 50% in 2017. And it has, that level of participation has kept, is still maintained. The next slide, please. We also inquired about institutional policies and found some interesting mechanisms in place, even when there were no national policies about them. Our study focused on 3 different types of higher education institutions: a new state vocational training center, a private university with public funding, and the consortium of 3 private higher education institutions. It is a holding with a university, a professional institute, and a vocational training center. The main policies were alternative admissions policies, mainly through compensatory programs funded by the government. They also had transfer opportunities between programs in the same higher education institution or between institutions, with specific agreements to cover transfers. There's also mechanisms for the recognition of prior learning, especially through relevant knowledge exams. And finally, the design and implementation of different teaching and learning modes. The next. I shall move now to show the main enablers and obstacles we found related to flexible learning pathways. In the case of funding, the main enablers are the provision of student aids and competitive grants to higher education institutions. Student aids allows access to students with poor socioeconomic and sociocultural backgrounds and helps students with systematic good results during secondary education with a bonus score in the entrance test. Open competitive grants offer the opportunity for higher education institutions to design and implement flexibility and articulation projects. But unfortunately, the Ministry of Education reported that they had received no applications in this field, which shows a lack of concern of institutions for developing flexible learning pathways or articulation. Obstacles in terms of funding start with the fee structure for higher education. Fees are charged by semester or by full year, which makes life difficult for part-time students or students who study and work. It is reinforced by the fact that free tuition is available only for the nominal duration of programs. If a student takes longer than that to graduate, he or she will have to cover the costs of the other duration of studies. In addition, free tuition applies only to regular undergraduate programs. It does not cover online or evening courses, with an exception, of course, for those emergency teaching strategies implemented during the pandemic. Finally, students must have at least an average score in entrance exams to enjoy the benefits of these policies. That's why the bonus score is important. Next. Quality assurance has been in place in Chile since 1990. This time, a culture of evaluation has been developed in institutions. Explicit criteria for quality have been defined, and government, students, employers, and the general public recognize the value of quality assurance, as do institutional leaders who are strongly influenced by quality assurance processes. This poses the problem of an increasing consideration of accreditation, mostly as an end and not as a means for enhanced quality. An important enabler is the fact that the 2018 reform introduced internal quality assurance as an important component of institutional accreditation. There are, however, significant obstacles. Accreditation criteria emphasize traditional institutional models and tends to mistrust innovation and change, thus discouraging higher education institutions from engaging in these in order not to risk a lower accreditation result. Criteria are homogeneous, ignoring the diversity of institutions and the needs of a wide diversity of students. The 2018 reform eliminated program accreditation, except for the compulsory ones, which I mentioned before: medicine, dentistry, teacher training, and doctoral programs. But flexibility is strongly associated to the quality of programs rather than of the whole institution. And there are no criteria referring to flexibility or articulation, which is a problem because there is a strong mistrust among higher education institutions, which has not subsided despite accreditation. Next. Other regulatory enablers are the definition and beginning of implementation of a vocational qualifications framework and the development of a comprehensive information system. But the vocational qualifications framework tends to isolate vocational training and risks making progress from a TVET degree to higher degrees. The government is currently proposing a new structure of degrees that would make it possible to go from a vocational degree to higher qualifications, such as a professional or industry masters of doctoral programs. But it is still a proposal and will probably be strongly resisted by universities. Information system is quite complete, but it does not address issues related to flexibility or articulation. mainly because the system has not designed a clear way to give a more complete account. The next, please. The relationship between government and higher education institutions is a complex one. Institutions demand resources and support from the government, but are reluctant to accept guidelines. They complained about issues such as quality assurance. On the enabler side, the creation of the Undersecretariat for Higher Education and a coordinating committee with participation of the Undersecretariat, Quality Assurance Agency, the Council for the National Council for Education, and superintendents is an important factor which ensures consistency. Then institutions are autonomous enough to design their own strategies and are aware of the need for more flexibility. But there is a strong feeling that flexibility is important and possible for vocational education, but not really for higher education or more academic degrees. A credit transfer system was established and used by many institutions to restructure their programs on a competence-based approach. Unfortunately, it is not being used for transfer because of the mistrust about the actual meaning of credits in terms of acquired competencies. Now, one of the main obstacles for providing a sound framework for institutional autonomy is the lack of institutionalized mechanism for planning higher education on the mid and long term. Governance is done within a governmental period of 4 years, and this is difficult, and thus it is difficult to ensure long-term policies. The next. As you can see, this is a complex situation. There are many aspects of the Chilean higher education systems that could make flexibility easier to implement, but at the same time, cultural and structural issues prevent articulation and flexible pathways. The study suggested some recommendations. For the issue of autonomy and governance, flexibility and articulation should be encouraged both in the national and institutional agendas. This can be done through increasing awareness, open discussion, and the recognition of the government of the relevance of increased articulation. This could be done, for instance, by improving the credit transfer system, including a certification of competencies and not just a number of credits. Regulation is a substantial issue. Recognition of the value of institutional quality management, the development of criteria that consider the diversity of institutional missions, programs, and mode of learning is essential to encourage responsible innovation. The vocational qualifications framework should be expanded and adjusted so that it provides a continuing framework from secondary education to the higher levels of higher education in order not to isolate vocational training. The information system should be made friendlier to prospective students and include reporting on opportunities for flexibility and articulation. And finally, changing the structure of degrees and qualifications would be a significant step in improving flexibility. While the government is making a proposal in this direction, it is still quite traditional in its approach and probably will not make a big difference except for the level of vocational education. Recommendations on funding refer to exploring more flexible fee modes to cover the needs of part-time students. For instance, payment per credits instead of doing it by semester, providing resources to encourage alliances among higher education institutions to develop joint flexibility mechanisms, especially by prioritizing flexibility and articulation of competitive funds. The next. The main conclusion is that teaching and learning should put students at the center of the design and implementation of policies. The diversification of the student population means that now higher education brings together students with many different backgrounds, different needs, different interests, different contributions to higher education. And it is necessary to learn who they are, what are their interests, and what they will require for the rest of their lives. And another conclusion, which is important, is to take advantage of the COVID experience. This forced the system to pay attention to and to recognize how urgent are those important things that we kept postponing. Consider the lessons learned and adjust our provision of higher education to a future that we don't know what it will look like, only that it will be different from what it used to be. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Maria Jos. It was an excellent presentation. Although you have some technical difficulties in the beginning, you covered it and you covered up it very, very, very well. I think it is very important. This is a situation. Chile is a very good example of very high-profile private institutions. At the same time, inequalities in access has not increased. The experience in many countries is that when the share of private universities and institutions are increasing, the share of people from the deprived groups and disadvantaged groups will be declining. The funding system has played a very important role. The student support systems to around more than 600,000 students, extending that has made a real difference in terms of equity considerations. And thank you very much for that. And also your suggestions and your speculation regarding the government changes in the policy to, in a sense, micro-credentialing, although you did not use that word, the short-term courses and the credentialing that will be done for that, are very important. And thank you for highlighting this. I think our friends from South Africa also have a lot to learn in terms of the initiatives taken by Chilean government to reduce inequalities in a structurally unequal society. Thank you very much for that. Friends, we have an eminent person to speak, a scholar, an expert to comment upon these presentations. Dr. Atte, I hope I did not pronounce your name wrongly, Jaskelain. And I think he is the Director General of the Ministry at the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland. There are quite a lot of discussions in the presentation of Michaela, and also later somebody referred to Finland experience, and also in the question and answer sessions, in the messages also you find something asked about Finland, because it is something that people like to know more about it. He's a professor of practice at the LUT University. Sorry, I do not know the full form of LUT, which university you are referring to. I know Helsinki University, I know Jyväskylä University, I know many other universities in Finland, but not this one specifically. And also he's an editor. He was the editor or business editor in one of the, and also political editor in one of the famous magazines there. And I'm sure that he'll be making a statement based on these three presentations, and perhaps that will help us to open the whole floor for discussions based on his comments, and we can also comment upon his comments, Thank you. So, Dr. Atte, Professor Atte, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be in this position in this very interesting seminar, and because of my from my position, I look at these issues from quite a strategic point of view, from a point of view of how to design an educational system that promotes the objectives. And when I've been following these presentations, I would say that they are very professional, analytical, and they explain very well the question how these issues have been addressed in different countries. But there's also a question of what and why, which may lead us to think about a little bit different approaches than what we have heard today or the days before. And as Mr. Varghese told, I'm coming from Finland and looking these examples from a Finnish perspective, and a couple of basic notes about the Finnish higher education system I want to repeat, because they very much kind of act as the foundation of my views. First of all, you have to remember that the Finnish system is basically free of charge system for all degree studies in higher education, and is based on almost 100% state funding, and very, very competitive funding system based on outcomes of education and quality and quantity of research. So that the system actually puts higher education institutions in competition between each other, which is one of the kind of foundational principles that is actually in contrast with some of the objectives of flexible learning system. We also have the most selective enrollment system. Only 1 in 3 applicants are accepted in universities or universities of applied sciences in this country. And that is also a fact that is in contrast with objectives of flexible learning, because if you have a very selective system, that automatically kind of increases the value of being selected in a program, and therefore kind of creates an incentive to kind of keep that value. Once you have earned the position of a student in medicine or law, for example, then that kind of automatically gives you some benefits or gives you a kind of view of your future. And if all the others are able to join that path later, that decreases the value of that achievement in a way. And one fact in Finland is that quite large share of the students in universities of applied science are actually working age people, and they are in practice also working while they are studying. And this is the context from which I look at these issues, and our policy framework, our agenda, doesn't really actually very much nowadays mention the flexible learning pathways, because the focus has turned into lifelong learning, and the changes, the kind of that this approach to lifelong learning actually may change the way we look at higher education as a whole, because they are systemically connected. If you have more opportunities for studies in later phases of your life or your career, then you start to make decisions early in your career on how to study, what to study, and what kind of enrollment processes you want to kind of take part as a possible student. And one more thing that I think is systemically very much connected to this is the digital vision of higher education, which is one of our strategic objectives. The ministry is using substantial funds to subsidize or promote building of a common platform for all Finnish higher education institutions. And we have a vision that all data and basically all content, at least in theory, should be available there, and that would kind of very much contribute to flexibility in the future. So from this point of view, when I was listening to these presentations, I was thinking that we have a lot of paradoxes that have to be solved. As the chairman, Mr. Varghese, mentioned already, there is this paradox of flexibility versus control and coordination. And we have a paradox between very degree-oriented higher education system, which is based on the idea that you early in your life you make the degree and then you go to working life, and that is in kind of a changing quite fast because the demands are changing so fast in the labor market. And we have a system that is based on higher education institutes, and that means that by definition there is this idea of institutes that provide the learning opportunities. And I wonder whether the future system should be based on institutes, or is it actually a system that we need instead of a collection of institutes, because these institutions should work as a system to provide this flexibility that we need. Then there's the paradox of resources. In reality, what is the reason why we have this very restrictive application system is that we have limited resources. So we want to direct the resources based on our understanding on what type of education is needed. And if we increase the possibilities to flexibility, then actually there's less control, and it's more based on some kind of market guidance or kind of a uncontrolled system. So how do we solve the problem of finite resources, or resources that are not available for everything we want to do? And there is also a paradox, paradox, I would say, that while increasing accessibility of underrepresented groups in higher education in this very selective system, we face the value of treating everybody equally, which is very much the core value of the present system of treating applicants, and so on and so on. You find more and more paradoxes of this type. So how to solve these paradoxes in our regulation or our governance systems? Well, normally, as always, we have basically three tools: funding, regulation, and talk. And talk is basically future funding and future regulation. So if you want changes to happen in the system, these are the basic tools we normally use. So we had to find a way of moving resources, regulating the market between higher education institutions in a way that incentivizes them to exchange their resources and allow for more flexibility. And we need incentives in which lifelong learning is very much more than today promoted in the funding system. And we need much more flexible system as a whole, which means that shorter smaller elements than full degrees should be a kind of standard that is available. And I would close by saying that in theory, this may seem easier than what it actually is in practice, because this requires a systemic change. And as I mentioned, if you change the whole idea from institutions to a system, that is a very kind of paradigm change that is very challenging, and quite often changes of this size are not successful. So we have to keep this in mind, that the challenge may be too big to take, and therefore perhaps smaller steps actually in practice work better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Professor Atte. It was really remarkable, some of the points that you made. One thing that is attractive to us, many of us, is that even when the world is moving away from public funding, Finland still continues to continue to exist and continue to serve in terms of the public funding. And what was also interesting, equally interesting, is that the point about competition, even when the funding is public. Because, normally this competition is more associated with the corporate sectors and private sector and privatization process that is taking in higher education, not when you are looking for the funding from the public sources. I think that is one of the important changes that one is trying to see that. I also liked your comment on the lifelong learning versus flexible pathways to learning, and the position taken by Finland that, it's a lifelong learning. And somebody has marked here in the chat conversation that lifelong earning and lifelong learning, that is a good policy that one is following about it. I think I just want to see that it's a good point for discussion. Flexibility versus institutional autonomy and to the system, and whether flexibility in learning will lead to a system level changes. As Michael, commenting on Michaela's presentation, it's also a question of what is the role of regulation when flexible pathways to learning is taking place. We focus on institutions, or should we focus on systems, and whether it will lead to a situation, flexibility will lead to a situation of anarchy, and how do we bring more orderly transformation and changes in higher education is an important dimension that one is talking about. So thank you very much for very useful comments and also reflecting some of the presentations points made in the earlier presentations. Friends, now we have some time for discussions. What I'll try to do is that I'll take 3 questions, collect 3 questions, and request the panelists to respond first. And after that, depending upon the time, I'll come back again to each of the participants. My request to participants is that before putting the question, you please introduce yourself and the country from where you are coming. Please. Now the floor is open. There are 1 or 2 questions that are already given. I think perhaps Juliana wanted to ask a question. So we will start with her. Michaela, that is what
I think we have 2 raised hands from Bashir Kulani and Mahmoud Amarna. So maybe we'll take the live questions first.
These 2, then I'll take your question, then we'll give to the come back to the panelist. Okay. Yes, please. Go ahead. Who is coming?
Maybe Bashir, maybe you can go first.
Merci.
Thank you. I would like to ask our last speaker on public funding. What is the role of companies in Finland in funding and also in providing a framework for higher education in Finland? Because companies are the final operator who will be hiring the graduates, and therefore obviously they have a stake in what is being taught. So they must contribute financially and probably also give their viewpoint on how teaching is organized. So what role does the private sector play in your higher education systems in Finland?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the next question.
Maybe Mahmoud, you can go next. You're muted.
Hi.
Yes.
Can I start, Mahmoud?
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Mahmoud.
Please go ahead.
I'm Mahmoud Amarna from the state of Palestine. It's a very important interaction conference, but
slightly louder, sir. Sir, slightly louder so that others can hear you well.
Now the
fine.
Voice is good or not?
Good.
Okay. I think that the classifications that was explained before about the flexible learning pathways was very important to be more clarified and to understand the skills that use the indicators of classifications and so on. Because I think that flexible learning pathways should not be an exchange for face-to-face education, but it shall be as a supportive method for the role of governments for making higher education institutions or higher education levels is available for all community. But you can see that in flexible learning pathways, you cannot giving all required skills and attitudes for students, like homogenizing culture about equality or gender or something like that. Even to have better communication skills for students, to build them through technical or online courses or something like that, or to have central activities that make that students exchange directly their knowledge, their values, and so on. This is very important thing, and you can see that here in developing countries, you can find that in many levels they are asking about the situations of equality, gender issues according to the online education systems that used during Corona pandemic and the closing of universities and communities, and how things is reflected for the more marginalized areas in the communities. So we need to understand well how these classifications is used and how the scales, which indicators is used, and how things in this manner is used to support face-to-face education, higher education, governance and ministries' rules in supporting education chances for all community, and also in raising the manner of law of rights and equity issues and so on.
Okay.
We don't want to go in a manner or in a path that you are just wanna to have education and information. Now in this level of communities, now we are not seeking about information and to teach students the information. The right thing is that to teach the student how to reach the information, to give him the skills, to build the attitudes, okay, even in science or in culture or something like that. And so this is this manner is very important in designing the flexible learning pathways, and the use of them is not just to recognize or just to write that we have online courses, we have online conferences, we have online activities. We need to have a fruitful ones, and we need to manage and to evaluate periodically the outputs, the outcomes, the impacts of these methods, and how to develop it in a dynamic way in order to meet to match the needs of the community, okay, and
Okay.
not just to have we just do a transfer from face-to-face education to online education and so on. We need
Okay.
to manage and to ensure that we have to reach a certain level of indicators, certain level of inputs and results, of impacts and
Yes.
results required. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's these issues that are raised in this question are very important, not only for the country, your country, but also everywhere. So it's how access to higher education available to all the communities is very important. Now, Ileana, I will request you to put those two questions so that I will give the chance to the panelists to speak. Yes.
Yes, we have one more question, raised hand from Halden Morris. Maybe we take
we
his
can come
question.
to
Yep.
we can come to the next round.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. So
You give the first chance to that person in the second round.
Sure. Yes, so we have been following the chat both on Zoom and YouTube, and so I will take 3 questions. We'll pose 3 questions. So one actually comes from Nyonyo from YouTube, saying that he really appreciates the insightful thoughts to balance the university autonomy and the national policy framework. But how important is the role of students in this? So this was actually specifically addressed to Maria Jose. And one more question is from Marcia, commenting on a very good question posed by Bashir, and asking if there are examples of private-public partnerships in the higher education sector. Yeah, these are for now two questions, and maybe we can proceed with answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Only one question or two questions. One is to Professor Atte and the other one is to Maria. These are the two questions which are specifically addressed. But at the same time, if you others want to respond to any of the questions, they're most welcome. But that response should not be long. So may I give the first opportunity to Professor Maria Jos before I come to Professor Atte? Yes, you are muted.
Sorry? Thank
Madam
you.
Maria Jos, please unmute.
No, let's say 50. You won't have.
Thank you. I find it very important to be able to listen to all stakeholders in any situation in which policies have to be designed and have to be developed. Autonomy of institutions is now being, in a way, have to be balanced against national policies. But the way in which, at least in my experience, in my country, it is done is through funding and regulation. So the government provides funding through specific projects, competitive funds, things like that. And on the other hand, regulation develops some criteria that must be followed by institutions. Now, in referring to quality assurance, the role of students is essential. They must be heard and they must be taken into account both in terms of their self-evaluation of institutions, in the external reviews, but also in the design of the criteria, the quality criteria that will be applied. It's not just a question of experts or academics at a national commission or whatever, but rather taking into account the views of students in terms of managing their needs and their interests. But I find there is a prior step to that. And that is, I think that we need to develop strategies to learn about who these students are. I think we have a population of students about whom we know very little. We know about the traditional students. They come from secondary education. They are normally urban oriented. They have either a job, they either want employment or they want to follow academic careers or both. But what do we know about this new generation of students who are the first generation in their families to come to higher education, of adults who want to balance their lives and their learning, students who want to update or upgrade their qualifications? We know very little about them. And so most of the decisions are thinking of an imaginary student who is there, who is most likely to be a traditional student in the minds of the decision makers. And there's no real effort made to understand what they want, how they feel, what they believe in, and so on. So in this balance, knowing the students is essential.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Atte?
Thank you. Yes, there was this question about the role of companies in financing the higher education. And I would say that when we are talking about education, then the role of companies is close to zero. In theory, it's possible. The legislation allows for programs to be designed for companies, but that doesn't happen in practice because there is the free option available, which is the normal degree system. So
sir, Nokia funds a lot higher education and research. That is one of the biggest company equivalent to the GDP of Finland.
Well, that money goes to research. And that's
Yes,
the
yes.
other side of the coin. So our public-private partnerships are mostly, I would say, close to 100% in the field of research and innovation.
Yes.
And of course, these are interconnected because that's competence building for our higher education institutes. And especially in universities, research is a major part of their whole operations. In universities of applied sciences, it's a smaller thing, but growing. And we want to build and strengthen this connection, because we believe that if you want to be on the top of the world in this, then investing in research together with companies is a crucial thing for the whole future of the nation. So that's how it works. There are some forums in which education is designed together, and we evaluate the future needs of the labor market together. But then the autonomous institutions are making their decisions. We make our decisions at the ministry, and the money for higher education, mostly, I would say more than 99%, comes from the state. That's the system.
Thank you very much. I would like to bring to the attention of everybody, India introduced what is called as a corporate social responsibility. From 2014 onwards, each company is supposed to provide 2% of their profits for the not for education sector, for as part of the corporate social responsibility. Today it has gone as a big amount, a large amount, and a good portion or good share of this money spent by the corporate sector is going to education and health. Need not be higher education, but includes research, higher education, but mostly to the education at the primary levels, going to the rural remote areas. Michaela, would you like to make any quick comments on any of the observations made?
Yeah, no, I think we are tackling quite a number of important dimensions. So funding, I think, is really crucial. And I think perhaps here it would be interesting to hear a little bit more from the country representatives, how they think that targeted funding can be developed for flexible learning pathways, and in addition to what is there already. And I found it very interesting to listen to you, Atte, because we were very much impressed with some of the existing mechanisms in Finland. But I think you have also pointed out the remaining paradoxes, and it raises an interesting question, really, how to combine, let's say, an existing system. We can't move it from one day to the other to increase flexibility. So what are the strategic levers here?
Okay, thank you.
May I respond to that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, a quick response, because I had to go to Julie and Lipeng if they want to make any comment. Yes, please. Go ahead, Professor Atte.
Okay. My personal view is that using directed specific funding is not a very good idea in the long term, because what we need is a huge impact. We need a systemic change, and you only get a systemic change if you change the system. So the solutions should be designed in the system. And that means, in our context, that means designing this kind of redesigning this very competitive public funding system in the way that those incentives are included in the system. And then the autonomous institutions are very clever in finding a way how to get that money from us, which we promise to give if certain types of actions are taken. I believe that higher education institutions are quite good kind of resources of brain power, and once the tools are there to earn money and make your life nice and easy and fun, then they will do that. Thank you.
Okay, sir, you are certainly a systems man, arguing for the system all the time, that we understand. But targeted funding is one of the good policies followed throughout the country, throughout the world, in many countries, to achieve certain limited objectives. So it's not It's not something that is to be universally accepted. But in many countries, especially when there are disadvantaged groups, disadvantaged regions, and this is the way to ensure more balanced growth and development between regions and between social groups. Yes, Julie or Liapeng, there is no compulsion that you have to speak. But if you want to comment upon as a quick comment to any of the questions, you are most welcome. Before I go for the second round,
I'd like to speak about the South African situation. We have a number of public-private partnerships, but I think the one I want to highlight is the National Skills Development Strategy, where industry and the public sector is charged a levy grant of 1% of their reported earnings that does sector education and training, sector support in terms of building the skills and competencies in that sector. So it's very focused, and it's not only executive development, but it gives access to learners at the bottom end of the trajectory. And also there's a National Skills Fund, which is now supporting the fees must fall, where the structural inequalities are being addressed, where learners from disadvantaged communities, their education is being funded. But also the focus is not just on higher education, the jobs are in vocational and occupational education. So I think we mustn't be stuck in higher education. Access to learning is across, and we work very closely at SACWA with professional bodies to make sure that the flexible learning and work pathways and license to practice issues are addressed, because this learning does not lead to employability and sustainable livelihoods.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liapeng. Would you like to make any comments now? So back to Uliana. You said that somebody raised a hand, so give the chance to that person.
Yes, we have two from Heldon Morris and Carolyn, and I think
That
both are from Jamaica.
These two will be the last round,
Yes.
These two will be the last.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And first, let me say thanks to Heidi for the documents shared. I think those are very good documents to reference.
Sir, which country?
I'm from Jamaica. I thought that was mentioned earlier. The question I'm asking is really in relation to the flexibility of the system as it relates to the regulations that are in place. It is usually said, or what I experience is that the regulations tend to include a lot of inflexibility in the system and make it a little rigid. So the question is, what level of autonomy exists in the systems with those regulations? And especially for institutions that want to implement flexible pathways.
Thank you. Michaela, I'll come back to you after taking the next question. This is for you. Okay. Yes, Ileana.
Carolyn, can you ask a question?
Try to hear me? Yes. Comment. In Jamaica since 1982, the private sector has been taxed 3%, and that those funds go into the consolidated fund. And from that, in our presentation, we showed that that is used to fund both education and training at all levels. But this is where the incentivization through the national qualification framework would come in, because the government would then drive the initiatives based on funding at all levels through the NQF. So it is a paradigm shift, because it's not just education or higher education for itself or its own sake, but rather for economic development. So it has to go alongside the national development strategies. Okay,
that's very good. That's a very good point. How you link with the strategic development strategy of the country, So that's very good. Michaela, so you have the last chance to have a minute or so to respond to the question on the issue of autonomy, and you presented it very well. You can repeat some of the things that you mentioned. Yes, it's yours. You have to unmute. Sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
something that we never learn, I guess, with the Zoom, unmute all the time. So thank you very much. I think we have looked into so many and very important issues, and these issues are interconnected: funding, quality assurance, regulation, autonomy. So I thought one perhaps of these of the thoughts that came in our discussion, I'm looking at it from a very broad perspective and also a very international comparative perspective. But one of the things is really how to also to pace the way to flexible learning pathways as a policy. So I think one of the ways actually to do this, I think it could be through an experimental stage. And I would again look to Finland, what you have done with your projects. While I agree with you, Atte, that it is important to bring things to a systematic level and put it into the system, sometimes it's also important to try out new ways and do it in a limited space. And I think this is also a way actually to see, to get a better feel of how the higher education sector is responding to some of these new policies, and what are the levers within the system actually to make it happen. So I thought, and then once the experimentation has been done, I think then one can move to a more systematic or system-wide approach. So maybe this is one of the way how to deal with this difficult issue of balancing regulation and autonomy. See how the sector reacts, and then perhaps go for legislation at a later stage.
Okay, Michaela, that was a very good way of concluding the session. And I don't want to take much time, but I'd like to make 2 points. One point that I'd like to make, firstly, thanking everybody. I think Juliana will be thanking everybody formally, but I said that it was really a learning experience to listen to all of you from different experiences. I also have worked in some of the countries that are represented here, whether it is Finland or South Africa, etc. So that gives me a little more flavor to understand and assimilate some of the things which you did not say, not only the things that you said, so that is very good. And I think when I think about flexible pathway, I feel that one of the intentions is that how to make the students as independent learners. That's an important dimension, which that did not come out in today's discussion. So I just want to highlight, how do we make the learners independent learners? The second, as part of that, when they want to learn, what they want to learn, and that freedom, we are more familiar with what is sometimes referred to as, these universities, which are very different time, what somebody, Burton Clark talked about. Michaela, what is the title of that book, you remember? In Entrepreneurial Universities. We are familiar with entrepreneurial universities. But when we are talking about flexible learning pathways and pace at which students are learning, the courses that they are learning, we are also indirectly talking about entrepreneurial students. And that is a challenge in higher education, both globally and in different countries, because the students want to learn only what they want to learn, not what you want to teach them. Because that system, higher education system in the world existed because you had a syllabus and a curriculum, and the teachers translated this curriculum and they gave references and the students read that. Now the modern student, this generation of this present century, they are not ready to accept that. So it's not a question. So we are moved from, if Burton Clark talked in 1988 and 1990s about entrepreneurial universities, now we are talking about entrepreneurial students. How do we adjust? That is a major question. And as a result of that, we are empowering the learners and greater control on the learning and the learning outcomes, not the process of teaching learning outcomes. And the learning becomes more self-directed. That is why the final comments made by Michaela becomes more important. How do we give autonomy to the institutions? How do we regulate them? And what exactly is to be done? And it is very important also to see that many countries are moving towards, see, for example, this is a report of the on credit transfer framework. India has a new policy introduced in 2020 as a follow-up to that. So NIPA was doing that, and I think you are the person who presented yesterday, Dr. Garima, was the convener of the secretariat. I was a member secretary of this committee. So what I mean to say is that this is an indication of a country like India, which is less advanced in terms of the flexible learning methods, still they want to make this learning flexibility that is being introduced, So it is very important. So it was very nice to listen to you and also learning from you. And, it's a very good investment of time in learning, because I am making this point every time when you are talking about today, about education, and they say that, worth for the money that you have invested. So this was not the concern for education earlier. If you are spending money, you feel that you should get a return. So we first think about the returns, then only we are ready to invest. This was not the case in education. Education was taken as a natural extension, So this has changed, and now the students have more say than the teachers, and the students have more say than the institutions. So we are trying to fix or reorganize the institutional, algorithm to suit the taste and the requirements and the choices which are made by the student. This is a dramatic change. That is why I was highlighting when the Chilean presentation was made by Lamarie on the funding system, how it has changed. The funding system has gone to the institutions, from the institutions to the students. This is something I had highlighted in one of my books on East Asian economic crisis when I was in IIEP, that how the funding system has undergone a dramatic change to help the different forms and ways in which learning can be organized. At that time, it was a crisis. Even in the normal circumstances, this is something that is happening. And I think the future of higher education is not future of higher education, the future of higher learning. And the future of higher learning lies with the students and their choices, and all other systems and the arrangements for learning will be reorganized depending upon what they need. So the entrepreneurial students will influence our ways of learning, our ways of offering learning opportunities for them. That is a challenge that we have. And I am very happy that IIEP has initiated this. Special thanks to Michaela and Juliana for moving forward with this research. This will have tremendous impact in many countries in terms of the way that they will be reorganizing their education system. So I will say that we started talking about universities, then we started talking about higher education, then we started talking about tertiary education, then we started talking about post-secondary education. All these are flexibilities introduced in the institutional framework to provide education. So now we are saying that that is only from the provider point of view. We have not looked at from the persons who demand for education. So there is a need to look from the other side, and that makes a lot of difference. Thank you very much, Michaela and Iliana, not only for organizing this meeting, but organizing such a study which will form the basis for many policy changes and many intervention strategies in many countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Varghese, and thank you to all presenters of this panel, and also to all the interesting questions from our participants. So right now I would like to create sort of a bridge from this panel to the next session, because what we will now have is a short coffee break. But before you leave to have your cup of tea, coffee, or whatever, I would like to provide some brief recommendations regarding the coming workshop session. So let me briefly remind you that today we will have 4 workshop sessions, one on diverse entry pathways into higher education, workshop B on the role of technology in supporting flexibility, workshop C on flexible pathways to progression, and workshop D on the role of governance in enhancing flexibility, like this panel. So before the forum, you had a chance to indicate your preference regarding the workshop topic and the language of the workshop. We have done our best to respect your choices, and we have informed you which workshop you have been allocated to. You have also received a short workshop note that provides you with an overview of this topic. So based on your choice, our support team at IIEP will be allocating you to the correct breakout room. This will be happening soon. The workshop session will start at 2:15 Paris time, so actually in 10 minutes. And as we go on a short coffee break, we ask you not to leave the Zoom meeting, but only to put your camera and microphone off. When you are assigned to a breakout room, you will be automatically designated to it. So you do not need to worry about clicking or an appropriate workshop session. You will be welcomed by a facilitator of your group who will provide more specific guidelines on how the workshop will be organized. This session is a great opportunity for you to reflect upon the ideas that you have heard during the forum so far, but also more importantly to exchange your ideas and country experiences. So the audience that is watching us live through YouTube, please know that we will pause the streaming for an hour and a half during the workshop sessions. However, we will come back after that with a workshop plenary and discussions to share the main issues raised during the workshops. And in fact, for all participants right now during the workshops, there will be a person assigned in each group to take notes that will be reported during this plenary session. So each group reporting person will have 4 minutes to present their workshop in the order of starting from workshop A to workshop D. We want to hear about the highlights of the discussions happening during the workshop sessions. And after the panel discussion, we are kindly encouraging you to send us your written notes. Your facilitator will mention more about this during the workshop session. So we hope you will stay with us until the very end, as we have prepared for you exciting speeches also during the closing ceremony. So until further ado, I wish you a quick but nice coffee break, and most importantly, an enjoyable workshop sessions. See you soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello,
Hello,
we are back.
you are back. Okay.
Yeah, we're back without closing.
Okay, so welcome back then to this workshop plenary session. I was joining myself a very interesting group. So we had countries as diverse as British Virgin Islands, Nigeria, so very small to the very big, and very interesting discussion. So yeah, so this reporting session is actually an opportunity to hear a little bit more from the country level. So we have discussed, presented the findings from our research, but there are so many countries represented here. So we counted and we have 84 countries, registered countries in this event. So it's a huge opportunity actually to exchange and compare notes, and also to present ideas actually for policy innovation. So that was the objective of this discussion in small groups, so that more people can really also speak about their experiences. So what I suggest to you to do now is that we go by topic. We were addressing 4 different topics, as you know. So on the first topic on diverse entry pathways, I think that we have 4 groups. So I would invite first the 2 English-speaking groups, and then our French-speaking group, and then the Spanish-speaking group. And then we will go by topic so that the different rapporteurs are already alerted and know when they should come in. I would also like to say that you should listen to each other. So if a certain point has been made, or in other presentations, focus on the things that complement and that add to the discussion, so that we can use our time most effectively. So I would call then on Mohammed Asfan Khan from Malaysia, who's our first rapporteur. Mohammed, can we listen from you?
Yeah, Dr. Michaela, thank you very much. Is my voice clear, my output clear? Can you see my output?
Yes, very well.
My name is Dr. Afzan. I'm the director of APEL in Open University Malaysia. So today I made some new friends. I made some new friends from Jordan, Dr. Kutaiba. I made some friends from Ireland. I made some friends from Africa as well as Bahrain. We had Dr. Darren, Dr. Sean, Dr. Kutaiba, Rector Miquel, Dr. Farzana. These were my team members that I would like to acknowledge. I think this work is done by the whole team. The output is by the whole team. So we were tasked to give to answer 3 questions, and now you are giving me 4 minutes only, I believe. So I have to be a bit quick. So the first question is talking about what is the role of RPL in higher education. So we go straight to the point. The observation in Malaysia is, in terms of RPL, it provides opportunity to candidates by recognizing their prior experiential learning through formal, informal, and non-formal learning. Means to say the trainings, the working experience, as well as the classroom learnings are taken into account. We want to also democratize education. Then we also have micro-credential in Malaysia, as you know, as also spoken by the previous speakers like Prof. Khairul 2 days ago. We want to provide lifelong opportunity learning for people. We want to provide access to education as well as students can stack their education and convert it to a degree later on. All right, so this is what happened in Malaysian observation. And we have island observation from Ireland. Our friends stated that the system architecture is well in place. There is a lot of potential of RPL in Ireland. There is a national project between public institutions are working together to create more consistency. And one interesting observation in Ireland is that they said that vocational graduates are able to enter higher education. So this is a very successful model in Ireland. Ireland is something new also today when conducting the workshop. 20% of new entrants to University of Applied Sciences are graduates with web qualifications. So this is what happened in Ireland. In terms of South African observation, they have three main national policies on articulation policies, RPL policy, as well as credit transfer policy. And these policies are able to speak with each other very well in order for them to help the student to be more mobile. In Andorra, the country is still waiting for new regulation for RPL. So, but they have a good system for micro-credential. But micro-credential does not provide access. But one good thing is there is no age limitation. Micro-credential can be done face-to-face or online, and later on it can be recognized through RPL. So this is a very good model. I believe Malaysia is also doing this. And digital badges are given to testify to competency. So prior to any access to higher education, candidates can always opt for doing micro-credential. The learning is open. In Jordan, the main courses are communication, lifelong learning, critical thinking, innovation. They are done through online courses, and certificate is given by the Ministry of Education. In Bahrain also, if you look at it, the one good thing is they have made some changes, and currently they are working towards enhancing their flexible pathways for students. So this is the first question. In terms of the second question, who is the main beneficiary and how well are they succeeding? So the nation is the main benefit. Of course, we want to strengthen the lifelong learning framework. The workforce is the benefit of FLP because people from the workforce can benefit from having better candidates. Entrepreneurs are also the beneficiaries. The region itself can provide benefit because it provides geographical advantages to people to study. Not in education, employment, or training. This is a term. It's called NEET, something new I learned today, whereby people are given second chance via RPL articulation, people who are in this category in Europe, as well as students. Candidates in FLPs are more motivated and are able to show better results and lower attrition rate in Andorra. So this is what that has been reported. I would also like to adopt what was presented earlier by Dr. Lai Peng. I think she has already answered our question just now. So the numbers are given here, making our job more easier today. However, one of the main issues is there is a lot of lack of data in terms of RPL. However, we have gathered some data here. Open University Malaysia, where I come from, 25% of the intake of the whole university is coming from APL. Means to say more and more students, adult learners, are coming through RPL. In University of Andorra, the alternative access intake is about 10% of the total intake. Alternative access in terms of attrition is also lower. It is 15% for RPL as compared to the traditional students, which is higher than 25 students. Now, this clearly testifies that RPL students are doing well. All right. In Bahrain is moving forward with RPL. Jordan is moving forward because they are working very hard on their micro-credential. Colleges are able to give certificates for vocational learning through micro-credential model. The third question is the how. The how. Okay, how do we develop RPL or FL? So a holistic approach is there in Malaysia. This is done in a guideline. Is there in a guideline, but I have summarized it in one page here, one diagram here. There are 7 main principles that we have to follow in order for us to implement RPL. The first one is prior experiential learning should be recognized regardless of where and how it was acquired. When you are 6 years old, or when you are 15 years old, or when you are 25 or 60 or even 80 years old, it doesn't matter. We have to recognize the learning. Now, this is one thing that we want to put in. Assessment should be evidence-based. It must be valid and flexible, as well as Dr. Michaela also said that there must be always a balance between regulation and autonomy. I also agree with that from the previous presentation. Assessment should be undertaken by experts. Yes, this is one. Assessment should accommodate to the literacy level. Decisions should be accountable and subject to appeal. Information and support services must be actively promoted. And quality assurance mechanism should be in place. This is another thing, as well as what Prof. Peter said yesterday. Time is there already. The most powerful thing is when there is nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. So the idea for RPL is here to stay. And also, I would like to quote what Dr. Lisa Wimmer said we have to provide communication, guidelines, guidance, and counseling in her presentation. So these are the 7 principles, and our friends from different countries did provide more. They added their points to the model, whereby counseling and advisory system is important. To provide support for students to answer psychometric or aptitude tests, and we also can find ways to provide bridging courses to help the RPL students. There are some challenges, of course. No system is perfect in this world. There are some challenges whereby sometimes we have some financial commitment. Universities may have some financial commitment issues. There may be some issues related to accreditation or quality assurance matters. It is not only about the intake, but we also have to think about graduation of the students. It's not only about money, but when we take a student through RPL, we have to provide enough support service for him or her to graduate and be successful. All right, so this is one of the other points of my group member. Employment, workforce also must buy in the idea of recognizing micro-credential. I think it's very important. If FLP is to be successful, there should be more autonomy. I mean, there are various opinions on this. Just now, I had a difficult time trying to moderate people who are more senior than me. They were intelligent people in the group, but I mean, this is a point we still have to put in. And the general recommendations, I humbly want to put it again. We want to establish international accreditation standards, whereby they recommended that there should be standardized regulation through UNESCO. More autonomy should be given to universities to implement RPL. So I think that there should be a balance between autonomy and flexibility. I think that's all. I think I've taken more time than I'm given. Thank you very much. I'm also still learning, so if my presentation is not perfect, I'm sorry, but I try my best, because all the other 5 people were much more senior than me. It was anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohamed. A very enthusiastic presentation with lots of details. Of course, I would like to call on the other speakers to follow you, to stick really to their 4 minutes, but maybe as you have already presented so many different aspects, and as the other ones will be adding to you, we will together create a good picture. So thank you very much.
That is the benefit of going first. All right.
That is true.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
needs
you.
also it needs also some courage sometimes, you know, being the first. Huh?
Dr. Michaela, we will email you the output later. All right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you very much. Huh? Yeah. So then I call on Tatiana from Group A, second English speaking group. Tatiana from Malta.
Yeah. Okay, so our group was a smallish group. We were representing Malta, British Virgin Islands, South Africa, Malaysia, and Nigeria. And for question 1, we discussed the different ways that the countries have ways of entering higher education institutions. Some countries, for example, Malta, we have the maturity clauses that is maybe not that traditional. We also use recognition of prior learning as well as upskilling within the employment sector. For the British Virgin Islands, all secondary school students can go to the country college free of charge for at least 1 year, for example. And they also offer 60 scholarships per year for people to move on in education. They also have preparatory courses before tertiary education to enable students to go on in their educational route. In Malaysia, for example, I'm not mentioning everything, just the highlights, okay? For Malaysia, they have different pathways as well. Students can go to, for a diploma, can go to a degree level after secondary school, and they also use the credit transfer system. Nigeria have at least 2 modes of education, the face-to-face and the distance learning, for example. And for South Africa, they use a point system, a very interesting way of doing things. And according to the number of points, you can either go straight for the degree or straight for the diploma, etc. And they also use RPL, and the RPL is used not only for access, but also for credits. And it's assessed on a portfolio and so on. For question 2, where we were trying to assess who the beneficiaries are and who are the most successful, Malaysia have found that the students who take the flexible pathways, who usually would be people who did not go straight into tertiary education after secondary education, but later on in life for different circumstances. They are really committed and they really want to stay on and study. For South Africa, the most successful seem to be the people who have taken the arts and the occupational vocational sectors. They also have a very interesting system of an NQF management information system through which they keep record of all the students and the qualifications that each student would have achieved over the years. They also use RPL, of course. For question 3, that there was quite an interesting discussion there, ideas for the future. The general feel was that, okay, we talk about flexible learning pathways, but then we always find barriers when it comes to flexible assessments, and that creates issues. So assessments shouldn't be only tests, shouldn't be one size fits all. Why should it be so strict, just one way of assessing? And we're not saying that we should lower the standards of assessment, but we should be giving the chance for everyone to be assessed, maybe in different ways. I think that sums it up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sums it up very well. This point about, accompanying flexible pathways with flexible assessment systems and diverse assessment systems that take into account diverse competencies also in demonstrating knowledge and skills. I think that is also something that I found very interesting in the discussion. So thank you very much, Tatiana. Very well done. Then donc maintenant, je fais appel à Mohamed Nabil Benchikroun.
Now, Mohamed Nabil Benchikroun, the rapporteur of his group. Good afternoon. Hello again, Mohamed. No, it will be, our rapporteur is Mrs. Ariel Boucher. Mrs. Boucher, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me. Well, on behalf of the people in our workshop, I would like to thank you. We had very interesting interactions and discussions and it's helped us discover the realities in our countries. We had to suffer from different technical problems, which were a little bit of a problem. So I will try to add information useful for the public. In our workshop, we had experiences from Morocco, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, the Comoros, Morocco, and the French community of Belgium. So I will try to be as short as possible. In relation to the first question, Guinea-Conakry, access to universities is only possible for people who hold an A or the degree, or otherwise they will have to go through streams for which they will have to pay. But in other countries, there are admission tests and other possibilities. We have also the prior recognition of prior learning, as mentioned in other workshops. And it might be that in Morocco or in the French-speaking part of Belgium, if you have a vocational degree, you can enter university, provided there is enough room for outsiders. For the French-speaking part of Belgium, we have a higher education, which is totally dedicated to arts. And we also have a vocational training in arts, and we have a federation of all these institutions, which defines all the gateways. So mobility is possible for these people, provided they comply with the gateways. And there is also one element to facilitate access to higher education. Two countries amongst the countries in our workshop have digital platforms managing the enrollment of the students and their orientations. We also have training, distance training institutes which have been developed by the government, and they also allow us to manage the problems related to the availability of information. And for adults from training, you have to say that Burkina Faso also has a training stream for adults. And they are adults, but they have very specific characteristics as a group. And I've already answered the first question through the first theme, but we also have to highlight the fact that in Guinea-Conakry, there is a possibility to give access to higher education, particularly to technicians, and access to the engineer stream. This is also one way of managing things. But as to the figures, we had to recognize that we had figures in the institutions, but sometimes they were available at the central level, but participants were not aware of that. And we did not have the opportunity to be able to check whether you have systemic assessment systems. And as to the last question, I can't remember the question. Yes, the proposals to develop alternative access modes. Well, you actually, on the one hand, you have a willingness to support and strengthen what is being implemented, and mainly Morocco trying to implement a reform. We heard what Morocco had to say yesterday, and there is also willingness in Burkina Faso to create a virtual university to really meet the distance problems and meet the learning needs online. And in Guinea-Conakry, there is a partnership between public, private universities and the large multinational companies to encourage them to open up a virtual campus. And I think that on the other hand, we have just mentioned all the main elements, and I would like to ask our chairman to add to what I've said if I've forgotten anything. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good, 4 minutes sharp. That was great. Thank you very much and congratulations, madam, for this very dense report. I think the discussions were very fruitful in your group and that you focused a lot on the VAEs and
problématique de l'évaluation.
The problem when we make assessment is that the data exists at the level of the institutions, but they're not necessarily collected at the national level. Thank you very much.
Christian Blanco, and for a report from the Spanish-speaking group. El informe en español, por favor.
The Spanish report.
I'm sorry, should I do it in English or in Spanish?
You can speak in Spanish, Cristiana. Puedes hablar en español.
You can speak Spanish.
Okay. Voy a hacerlo en español entonces.
So I will do it in Spanish then. I had the pleasure to share my workshop with some Latin American groups, but lots of diversity. Cuba, Chile, Uruguay, also Colombia and Nicaragua. The first thing that we noticed is that the contextual reliance on dependence that we find in the case of the entryway into higher education is complex. It's different in a small country like in Uruguay, or very different in big countries, which is with a more standardized system as in Colombia or Chile. However, all these systems have made progress, transitioned towards more flexibility for flexible pathways. Why? We have special groups within the population who are entering higher education through non-traditional ways. So they need special entryways, we would say. You have some ethnic groups in Nicaragua, displaced populations in Colombia, very vulnerable groups, for instance, in Chile. You have rural situations, foreigners, aliens, foreign immigrants, many people affected by the pandemic. The traditional way to get into university was to pass a standardized entrance examination, a test, and then each student is given a score. But in all the countries having this system have made progress towards a decision to reduce or lower the required or the minimum score. And they use other alternatives, like using the scores you got in secondary school, other scoring systems, or recognition of prior knowledge, as well as harmonization systems for the vocational training and using some knowledge from the world of work. Every country has made progress towards supporting and leveling up systems, especially for more vulnerable groups. Another special topic has to do with the diversification of institutions, because institutions are giving now better responses to the varying needs of students, because sometimes some students were not able to get into university. But we hope that this diversification is not based only on prestige, I would say, because we want same quality in different areas. We also detected 3 big challenges that we have to face and overcome in order to make improvement. One, transition toward qualification framework. Some countries have made more progress in this regard. The second challenge, a system for credit transfer in order to allow for mobility. Third challenge, funding mechanisms which are adjusted to this new diversity in order to meet students' needs. Basically, these are the main highlights of our workshop we have discussed in our group. Thank you very much. I hope my presentation was clear enough. Thank you. Thank you very much, Christian.
A very interesting presentation, and I noted really the highlight that you put on the equity issue in Latin America and affirmative action as a necessary response actually to allow for equality of opportunity rather than equality of treatment. So I think that is certainly one of the highlights, and also the emphasis that you are putting now on developing national qualifications frameworks as a backbone actually to allow for classification of qualifications, and then also more flexibility in response to this. So thank you very much. These were the 4 reports on working group A, and now we pass it to working group B on technology. So I call on Mohamed Saiful's group. Mohamed, is that you?
Dr. Savina will present on behalf of the group.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Sabina, can you take the floor?
Dr. Savina, you need to unmute.
Okay, may I then, I suggest, Dr. Saiful, do you want to take over, or do you suggest that we wait for Sabina to settle her?
Maybe we wait for her.
We wait for her? Now, then I would suggest that we move to the next working group and we go back to Sabina later on. In this case, I would like to call on the rapporteur who was in the second English-speaking group on technology.
Yes, it was me, Mihaela.
Oh, welcome back.
Hi, everyone. Yes, so we in our group on technology had a very interesting discussion with a very international group from Qatar, Jamaica, briefly from Norway, Myanmar, Mauritius, Tonga. So our workshop was on the role of technology in supporting flexibility. So first, we have discussed the question about what policies have been adopted in countries to support technology-based education. So I will share some main conclusions from and experiences from the countries. So for example, in Qatar, the ministry has made immediate reforms in higher education during the first month of the pandemic. It has suspended face-to-face education and moved everyone, all students and teachers online. While technology was in place to support this reform, there was lack of training and support for higher education staff. And generally, universities went through the phases. So during the pandemic, they went from completely going to online mode, to blended mode, to again face-to-face, but they stopped at the blended and hybrid education mode, which has now been adopted basically as the central mode of delivery of higher education in Qatar. So while the country generally looks quite negatively, as was mentioned by a speaker, at fully online degrees, about 25% of the regular degree programs can be taken online, which is actually a big progress, and the rest need to be taken in face-to-face or hybrid mode. So another experience can be shared from Jamaica. They put committees in place during the pandemic to evaluate the situation and the impact of the pandemic very quickly. So one of the points that came up during their evaluation of the impact was that they lacked digital infrastructure for students, for staff, for disadvantaged students especially. So because of the lack of digital infrastructure, they had to ask for they had to communicate very quickly with different digital providers and ask for access to learning platforms to give students access to platforms. They negotiated different digital packages with providers. So in addition, same as in Qatar, training was needed for teachers to adapt and adopt these blended learning approaches. So the accreditation, but accreditation from blended learning mode has not been fully conducted, and it still remains a challenge. In Mauritius, for example, when the pandemic hit, they shifted to digitalizing their education, higher education sector. They had to change, for example, the Teachers Act to include new teaching modalities through online. So the pandemic made everyone basically embrace digital learning, but as in other countries, staff needed training. One interesting point was mentioned that all academics underwent mandatory training. But because when it was voluntary, not everyone was participating, and the shift was not as quick as was needed. So they shifted all lectures to fully online. Also, they have made their examinations fully online, which is an interesting practice that not every country has adapted during COVID. So after the pandemic, the examinations have been changed to reflect more continuous formative assessment kind of rather than summative that was adopted and used before. So same goes to Myanmar, who have shifted to blended learning mode, and Tonga. Tonga is an interesting example because they are still COVID-free, which actually gives them the time and opportunity to learn from other countries. And the participant mentioned that this is a really great opportunity to participate also in this forum to learn about all the experiences, because they can look at the approaches and prepare better for online learning and teaching in the future and right now. So we also spoke a little bit about the main challenges regarding the digital transformation of higher education. So in Jamaica, in addition to staff training, some people actually believe that they could wait out the pandemic and go back to the old normal. And there is a lack of, because there is a lack of policy and also autonomy by higher education institutions to make that culture and perspective shift. So it was highlighted that if there's no policy in place, the shift cannot happen. And in Qatar, the main challenge remains actually measuring the real impact of the pandemic on higher education and the impact of blended learning. And there's a great need for impact evaluation surveys, and which need to involve all stakeholders, including labor organizations. And the last question that we addressed was what technology-based policies should be developed to support a holistic approach to flexible learning pathways. And so I'll start off with one that has been already adopted in Qatar. So they have new policy on working from home and new policy on education. So one of the conditions, for example, of the policy is that higher education institution has to have a face-to-face program to offer online degree. So with regards to the future policies that can be and need to be adopted, it was noted that open access education policies, open data policies need to be adopted. So some countries do not have the same means and resources. So we need to have open access to real data available for all. Other participants have agreed that global approach to policies on digitalizing higher education is needed to support and share with all countries. And the last point was about the need to adopt policies that are oriented on students and that are student-centered and that support students, with great guidance. So these were, all highlights from our discussion, but many more, of course, were omitted because of the time. So if anyone would like to add anything, please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great presentation, Uliana. So very much focused on what happened during the sanitary crisis. And I think with an important conclusion that it's about to take time to take stock on what has happened actually, to start to plan for the future. So I think that is that's very interesting. Now, I want to put it back to Sabina. Sabina, are you now with us to present?
Suniva with Becker. Dr. Suniva?
Okay, yeah, right.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, so. Okay, there was a confusion in names. Well, thank you very much. Well, a lot has already been said already, but here are the points from our group. First of all, very few countries had national policies to support technology-based education prior to the pandemic. However, many higher education institutions had started developing their own institutional policies and had delivered online education before COVID-19. In most cases, the pandemic speeded up the process. But as a colleague from Dominica pointed out, in her country, the pandemic actually slowed down the process of developing these policies. Another interesting point is that the COVID-19 pandemic is not the first catastrophe many countries have encountered. Hurricanes, for instance, in the Caribbean have also led to the speeding up of processes previously. On the positive side, many countries have boosted investments in education due to the pandemic, as online learning was the only possible mode of delivery. And also on the positive side, the technological skills of both students and teachers were boosted. In some of the countries represented in our group, access to internet was a problem. And technology is, as we know, costly. In some cases, the internet providers are private, and there's a need to negotiate with these providers to ensure access for all categories of students. Also, obviously, not all students have access to the necessary equipment, and the introduction of technology-based education can therefore lead to new forms of inequity. An interesting case, however, is Dominica, where the establishment of smart classes in all parishes actually led to removing this obstacle, where students could meet up in these smart classes and have access to the necessary equipment. In general, across countries, the acceptance of online learning increased during the COVID-19. However, now that the dust has settled, there is a need to take stock and see how we can balance online and face-to-face education. The representative from the British Virgin Islands mentioned that in his institutions, they were now intent on carefully curating the offering of online courses, as some courses lend themselves better to this mode of delivery than others. Our colleague from Portugal mentioned that many teachers and students are skeptical of the use of technology and are very intent on preserving the traditional modes of delivery. Another important point is that in order to achieve flexibility, there is a need for technological infrastructure, allowing students not only to receive teaching, but also to enroll, to pay their fees, to pass their exams online, including the development of centralized exam platforms, and also allowing students to access resources such as ebooks, etc. There's also a need for training of teachers in the use of technological tools to ensure the quality of delivery. We also agree that the quality assurance criteria that are in place for face-to-face learning are not appropriate for online learning, and that there is a need for minimum standards, including questions related to the quality of the technology in use, forms of presentation, etc. And this could be useful to discuss in the future, what these standards should be like. To conclude, we all agree that technology is a driver for more collaboration between institutions, allowing students to choose courses from different institutions, but also that to benefit from online learning, students need to be quite independent and mature. And maybe this is more suitable for 30-year-olds than very young students. So I think that was, I think there was one last point, and that is that now that we're sort of discussing technology, we have to bear in mind that technology is more than just a mode of delivery. Technology is developing at a very high pace, and there is a need for more education in the field of technology, and this should also be taken into account. So those were the reflections from our group. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Suniva. Very interesting and very important reflections. I think very broad-based. So I could see that you had a very broad base. You were not only looking into the educational delivery, but also teaching and learning systems. And I think what is behind is actually that we need to think about a move from remote teaching to quality e-learning. And what that means, and that has many components to it, from infrastructure to pedagogical systems to support, library support and the like. So I think that is really very well taken. So thank you very much. Then we will move to the next topic, which is flexible progression. And I will call on the group that was facilitated by Dawn Barrett from Jamaica.
Yes, good morning. Well, it's still morning, 9:25. I'm going to invite Gada from Bahrain to make the presentation, and I will, complement if there needs to be.
Yeah, thank you very much for creating the bridge. So, Gada, you have the floor. Bahrain.
Thank you so much. First of all, we had a very interesting discussion on the topic of progression into policies for establishing flexible learning pathways. We had a diverse number of countries. I can recall, because I haven't written them down, but I can recall like Jamaica, UK, of course, Bahrain, Ukraine, and if I'm not mistaken, Malaysia. So we discussed first of all, the first question regarding the availability of policies that favor the articulation in higher education. And we've noticed that, as I said, despite the diversity of countries, all of us, we had like a consensus that there should be like this kind of policy, because it is in alignment, first of all, with the equity of education, and of course with the Education Agenda 2030, that will enable students to achieve their potentials through building qualification that employer value. We have like interesting cases, like for example, Malaysia, when we heard it, like not only through our
on video call
throughout the previous days. So some of the countries, they have well-established policies that we can even learn from. Some are putting up some initiatives, recognizing the importance of going through this step. So I mean, waving away all the restrictions of higher education that hinder the mobility of students, whether this is at the institutional level or the national level among different institutions. We also discussed the role of credit system in the flexible learning pathways. I think we all agreed again that this is an important step towards the feasibility of having these policies, because that will enable the students to go from one program to another, or from one institution to another, whether it is again at the institutional level, like in the UK, for example. I think there was a mention of Birmingham University, where they have like the cross-subject boundaries, and then they can move, the students can move from one program to another, choosing what it is suitable for their degree, towards a degree. And it's also like the credit system is acting like a passport for students, enabling articulation between institutions to enhance also employability. If we are focusing on the work-based skills, and if we are taking this against the national qualification framework in each of the countries. We also discussed the evaluation of policies, and it is an important step to have like a review of the policies, even when they are taking place, and even if they are in a practice, gathering data, gathering analysis. But again, there was a discussion whether this evaluation should be done at the institutional level or the national level. And the review of the policy should be also taken. We should also take into consideration whether that is the policy is requiring this evaluation, or whether it allows it, whether it prevents it. So we have to kind of review the policies, taking into consideration these elements. And also we discussed the beneficiaries of such evaluation. And of course, we are talking even from the previous days on the student center. So we are looking into who are benefiting from this evaluation of the policies from the students' perspective. Those are the students who are not let's say, meeting the requirements of traditional entries to the universities or institutions, or those who are into the workplace and they are having their vocational training qualifications and can't really enter into the higher education institutions. Whether they are working well or not, this has to be like a continuous process of evaluation, going through multiple steps of gathering the data, analyzing the data, and then see whether this is leading to the mobility of students, because we have to look at the target of the policy. Then we discussed the last question, which is the holistic approach to flexible learning models. And I think we discussed it a little bit because of time constraint, but I think we also agreed that certain issues had to be taken into consideration, like, for example, the diversity of institutions and the diversity of systems across higher education. And we also think that there should be an integration of the 3 dimensions of the flexible pathways, like looking into the steps of getting into the preparatory programs, recognition of a prior learning, alternative admissions, and then going to the going through dimension where we have articulation, agreement, credit accumulation, transfer, and then going back to getting out of higher education, taking into consideration the continuous learning, which is the skill-based, for example, agencies. I'm not sure if I missed anything, Dawn, and if you want to add anything.
So Dawn remains silent. So I guess this is a tacit agreement with your presentation, Hannah.
Right, I'm agreeing. But you know, it was so interesting that Barbara in the discussion brought up this aspect of, you know, we're talking about mobility, but there's international mobility versus national mobility. And so that distinction, because certainly like in Cayman Islands, they have scholarship and, you know, they do have courses going on transferring across to institutions overseas, you know. So I think that was an important aspect. Another thing that came up too was that, you know, in a sense, and perhaps John could perhaps articulate this better, but in a sense, where countries had free system for higher education, there seemed to be not much in terms of articulation, right? So, you know, students would go in and complete and move on into the workplace. Right. So that's just the 2 points I wanted to add. And that the matter of equity needed to be more targeted. I think there was a feel that needs to, you know, some more emphasis needed to be given there. Thank you. I think that's it.
Yes, thank you.
And thanks for a good, wonderful job, Gada. Excellent. Thank you.
Great report. I like very much the point that you made about multi-stakeholder evaluations, which I thought was very interesting. So really, we talked about the importance of evaluation, but really, I mean, who should be consulted? And I think this multi-stakeholder view, and also basing it, I think, at the level of higher education institutions, in a way, it's natural because there is where higher education takes place. So I think that was very important. Okay, I pass it on to the group that was led by Lisa Weimer.
Yes, in our group, Vesa Daktela will be presenting our conclusions.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hello there, and thank you for this possibility as well. And the same topic as Kaida just presented about flexible pathways to progress through higher education. We had 6 countries represented in our group: Austria, Cayman Islands, China, Finland, Guyana, and Luxembourg, with 7 different people. And trying to add to Gaida's excellent ideas, we spoke about this policy part, and we didn't find any country that would have major specific policies regarding to the flexible pathways. But we found 2 interesting policies that have been put into action lately. Firstly, the Chinese policy regarding the MOOCs and online learning, so that they want to create this global MOOC system. I think they had 36,000 MOOCs already available within China, and a growing number on global use as well, so that we could take a lot of our education to online environments. In Austria, they have started a national process to recognize the non-formal or informal competencies up to 60 to 90 ECTS credits per degree. It's voluntary for the universities, or they decide themselves autonomously how much are they going to approve into degrees. But the government is pushing into that direction, that this a bigger part of these informal competencies will be approved. Then about the credit transfer systems, we mainly spoke about ECTS system, the European Credit Transfer System, which is of course multinational system, which works very well and creates a backbone to European level cooperation, but all the other systems were national ones and more difficult to use in international comparison. regarding the evaluations, in our case, there were no country that would have done a specific national evaluation on the topic, but there's been a lot of minor evaluations, either institute-based quality audit type of evaluations or through the different student service or national reviews. So the focus has been evaluating how well the individual institutes work in the flexible learning pathways, or how do the students consider that their views are taken into account in this aspect. And then we spoke longest about what the world should be like, and we came into the idea that there should be these fully competency-based evaluation systems, so that we would address both the prior credits and informal learning that the students have acquired. And the recognition procedures should be very flexible, so that we wouldn't be focused on the internal processes of the institutes or the traditional approach, but really focus on whether a student is competent on some area or not. And we also discussed the idea that our Director General of Finnish Ministry of Education, Atte Jääskeläinen, mentioned about this systemic approach, that the students actually should be the ones who own the competence and credit data, not the institutes, so that the students should have the major voice in what they want to learn and how they want to learn it, and what do they actually do with the learning that they have acquired, so that they own the data, not the institutes of the nation. We also discussed that the students should have their personal study plans, and there should be enough counseling and guidance to support them through this system to reach the goals that they have defined. And also that the knowledge that has been acquired through MOOCs or other online learnings should be recognized within the degrees, as long as the competence acquired is relevant to the degree. And I think the most important part was that we thought that this COVID has really changed the face of the global learning processes. It used to be much more local or national game, but it's not there anymore. But every student is actually a part of the international learning network and can get the education from wherever they want it. Pretty much in the same way that the old days you had a library from which you could get books, and you were only limited to the books that you were able to acquire from your local library. But since the internet, you were able to get all the books immediately from everywhere. Mm. So we should actually need these institutional or national cross-border agreements in a much bigger scale than we have had so far, so that we start to recognize the learning acquired from different countries and through different processes. And with that, I think I overdid my time, sorry.
Yeah, so it's fascinating discussions you had in your group, and I'm really amazed and a little bit intrigued with the system, a fully competency-based evaluation system, because I think that would be the backbone to it all, isn't it? The thing is, of course, to have these competencies expressed in learning outcomes, and then also what may be more difficult and where we have to do some work is how to evaluate these. So that may be the more difficult part, but it is a very interesting idea, I think, and that could really drive, I think, education also forward and assessment systems. So thank you very much, Vesa. It was a great presentation, and then I pass it to the working group that was led by Maria José. Will you make the presentation, Maria José? You are muted. We still cannot hear you now.
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are unmuted now. Great.
Okay. Now, the presentation for my group will be done by Reinaldo from Cuba.
Okay. Bienvenido, Reinaldo, en español.
Welcome, Reinaldo. You can speak Spanish.
Reinaldo, are you there? Oh, well.
Maria Jose, would you like to say some words, perhaps some short feedback from the group? We're also a little bit running out of time.
I'll do the reporting then.
Okay, great.
We had a very small group. We were only 6 people from Cuba, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Andorra, and Portugal.
You can do it in Spanish, huh?
Okay.
Puedes hacerlo en español.
Este es mejor. Empezamos conversando.
We started with the first question related to the existence of policies in favor of mobility and flexibility. It was really interesting to see that the European countries like Portugal and Andorra, based on the Bologna process, have many policies in place and that they are doing pretty well. On the other hand, the Latin American countries, it is more difficult simply because we do not have the common base of contacts, interaction, and agreements that you guys have in Europe. We had a very good presentation both from Portugal and Andorra, but then we were examining the Salvadoran case.
Dividido con muchas universidades privadas y algunas dificultades de intercambio, pero que se está manejando razonablemente la tarea a nivel centroamericano, de tal manera que hay
a Central American perspective. In other words, there are agreements in the region that allow for certain mobility. Same holds true for Cuba. There are also policies regarding flexibility, but there are many recent changes introduced after 2018 who are actually changing, overhauling the panorama of regulation, mobility within Cuba and with other countries. Although, of course, the pandemic has stopped some of the things, has stalled actually. And the last question was, what actions can promote the development of a greater flexibility, can enhance policies that can be upheld. The first one was that the focus of this discussion was to generate trust among the regions, both inside the country as outside, and therefore, for the proper acknowledgement of this problem, this trust building is absolutely of the essence. Regarding the policies, we talked about the need to acknowledge that each country has its own needs and priorities, and hence there is not a one-size-fits-all policy. However, what we did find as essential was to design mechanisms that could guarantee the quality of institutions and to some extent have a macro structure that will allow to trust the institutions and hence make sure there are quality assurance programs that will take us in the right path. Another important topic that also relates to the regulatory mechanisms was the need to acknowledge, not only acknowledge, certifying professional competencies. In Latin America, there is a trend towards using the university degree, the final paper you get hold of, as the equivalent as a professional, and we believe that this has to be taken into account, added to a professional certificate, so to speak. Stemming from the Central American experience, where they are working on a sub-regional harmonization of the enrollment system, there should be an acknowledgement, thinking above all, harmonizing the system within at least a region, which in turn would allow for a much better acknowledgement of the whole process. In other words, trust, quality assurance, that allow to acknowledge diversity and guaranteeing things that will give us some headway in getting the trust we so much need, thinking about certification of skills, vocational skills that will come on top of the academic certifications, and from that perspective to move towards acknowledging the experience and the knowledge wherever that has been obtained. I think, in a nutshell, these were our thoughts. We took too much time in the descriptive part. It was really enlightening, but the conversation was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Taking over spontaneously to the reporting. And I think the point that you made, Maria Jose, about trust and how quality assurance can support trust, but quality assurance for diversity, not quality assurance for one rigid type of model. I think that's the important point. So thank you very much. We have two more reports. I have to call on our rapporteurs to be disciplined because we are running out of time. So there is Carolyn's reporting or workshop reporting. Carolyn, is that you? Carolyn Hale, or is it? Do you have a rapporteur?
A rapporteur. Garima is going to do it for us. The countries were Uganda, Vietnam, India, Finland, Norway, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Jamaica. So over to Garima now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn. Basically, I think the most important thing that we felt in the role of governance in enhancing flexibility was that there was an issue between regulation and institutional autonomy. So, how much regulation should you have? So in that respect, we had some very interesting thoughts on the qualification framework, the articulation with the labor market, funding and quality assurance, and also a holistic view about how should the governance structure evolve in order to support the approach to flexible learning pathways. So in terms of the qualification framework, we felt that there was a lot of difference between the different regions, not just the countries, but the different regions. And whereas Norway, Belgium, which are in Europe, the qualification framework is for lifelong learning, including flexible learning pathway as part of the Bologna process, and Europe has qualification frameworks, was a little different experience from, say, the Caribbean experience, though the Caribbean was similar to the European Union qualification framework, but there were issues of movement from one country to the other. But in the case of India and Vietnam, which are Asian countries, there was this issue of being aligned, but Vietnam has in fact had a qualification framework in 2016, which has been implemented in 2020. And they have learned from Malaysia and Apple and other ASEAN countries. Whereas in the case of India, it's, we need to align more with the ASEAN region and with other Asian countries, because we have a national skill qualification framework, but we don't have a national higher education qualification framework. But the National Education Policy 2020 actually talks about having a national higher education qualification framework. So that is something that we are looking at developing. So in the case of Uganda also, we had someone from Uganda who talked about the East African qualification framework efforts in order to have a national initiative to customize, and they have developed a white paper on higher education. So it seems they are, in Africa and India and in the Asian region, we seem to have, we are moving towards qualification frameworks as compared to Europe and the, Caribbean, where they've actually already, advanced in that region. So there is a slight difference in terms of the levels at which the different countries are in terms of their qualification frameworks. So as far as the articulation with the labor market is concerned, again, Jamaica, the employers are actually involved in the standard setting and the accreditation processes and the, as representatives. Norway focuses on labor market outcomes on different levels, and there is the requirement of all higher education institutions to actually have the systemic cooperation with labor markets in their regions, and government is also opening up to partners. In the case of Belgium, they raised a very important point that employers tend to look at short-term needs, while governments can also look at the long-term needs. So, we are sometimes there is some conflict between the short term and the long term. This is very important. But they have employers in the external quality assurance bodies, and in the case of St. Kitts, they talked about their addressing the TVET skills development. So there's an emphasis on TVET, but skill development is a very integral part. And Uganda also had a National Council for Accreditation. In the case of India, again, we need more articulation with the labor market. We have the chambers of commerce, but they themselves say that we need to have more coordination with the labor market outcomes and with labor markets, and more academia industry linkages, and more of governing body representatives from the employment sector. As far as funding is concerned, we had again a slightly different, some variations in terms of the funding, but in case of Belgium, they talked about the open education resources. The government is funding courses in school and adult education in higher education institutions. But in the case of the mature students that combine duties of work and family, they're trying to get full degrees and get full courses. And this may force higher education institutions to rethink on lifelong institutions have to take the initiative in online courses. In the case of India, we have the Swayam platform, which is a study webs of aspiring young aspiring minds. And in the case of Swayam, which is fully funded by the government, so you can get a certificate for a small, for a small cost, but the fees is completely free. But the accreditation is done by the government for all higher education institutions which are offering online courses and open and distance learning courses. In Norway, there are several funding pathways. Institutions are free to provide teaching and facilitator learning, includes FLPs. Current government has higher ambitions, so they set a scheme that was directed at higher education skills. And government has increased funding for training for people who have lost their jobs during the COVID period, and encourage people to upskill and reskill higher education. So it is there is a lot of cooperation between government and the social partners. And in the case of St. Kitts, higher education is heavily subsidized by the government. So the last thing I'll talk about in the interest of time is quality assurance.
Yes,
and
very shortly, Garima, because we are really running out of time.
I understand, Michaela. So in the case of quality assurance agencies, in the case of Belgium and Norway, they have a system of institutional accreditation. In the case of Jamaica, again, they have the accreditation bodies. And in the case of St. Kitts, quality assurance is crucial, but there is more work to do. India also has quality assurance, in the case of online and distance education, but we still have a long way to go. And as far as the final point I'll make about the holistic approach for all the different countries which are represented is that alongside there is the issue of self-directed learning, which someone from Uganda talked about, which is very important, which was also raised in the last session about having entrepreneurial students, not just entrepreneurial universities. So I'll end with that in the interest of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Garima. So we have noted that governance is a complex topic and it has many dimensions to it. So I think in your group, you were really covering the different dimensions. So that's made for a very rich report. Huh? So I call now on the last group that was led by Dia Peng.
Hi, Michaela. Great.
Hi.
Okay, I'll be quite brief actually because Garima and I's group, so it's quite similar and I think covered a lot of the same material. So I'll just highlight what wasn't the same.
That's
so
very good.
we had Mauritius, Latvia, Uganda, Bahrain, Palestine, Zimbabwe, and South Africa in our groups. So in terms of NQFs, we actually, most of the groups, most of the countries represented did have NQFs in place, although varying in how well established they are. So South Africa, I think, was the most long established with 25 years. We had another country that had, Zimbabwe's, for instance, was about 3 years, and Uganda's got an NQF in place, but is something that's growing and presently kind of focuses only on higher education. But it does seem that even where places where there's no established place, NQF in place, like in Palestine, there are still systems in place that try to do similar work. Okay, in terms of policies, I think there were just kind of two overlapping dimensions. So in some contexts, so in East Africa and in Europe, or represented by Latvia, there was a framework of regional, national, and international frameworks in place that were designed to work well together like that. In other contexts, it was just the national and institutional, but there was some attention paid to have them linked and to fit well together. Here, for Latvia, so Latvia, for instance, takes its cue from the European national framework, but obviously has its own national policies in place and are increasingly developing more institutional level interventions. One thing I just wanted to highlight that I thought was a really good example of articulation that's maybe not so typical was that in the Latvian case, actually, apparently when some of the diplomas come out, they're both in Latvian and in English, and also list the kind of European framework as well as the Latvian one to already facilitate the process of transfer across the region. Right. I just want to touch, so Palestine, as I said, doesn't have a national framework in place, but there's numerous flexible practices that are established and operational. And a lot of those are geared towards supporting students. So a colleague from that country raised the fact that it was really important to look beyond traditional curriculum discussions and look at how one can prepare learners and graduates for the real world and to do well in the working world. All right, I won't take very long here. It's just the last point. So the issue of funding, I thought, was an interesting one. None of the countries raised that there was kind of broad scale funding at a national level, but all gave examples of funding at the individual level. So there were many schemes in each of the countries that were geared towards reskilling and others towards access to higher education. And I think people in the group anyway suggested that that was quite a nice intervention, that the funding was at the individual level. And just to close, I wanted to say that we had a wide variety of contexts and frameworks within with different challenges, obviously. And what we learned in our group was that even in contexts where systems are less established, there are practices in place that support flexible learning pathways. And just to highlight that the role of regional qualifications in supporting national policies and practices was raised as an important issue in these areas. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much to all the working group participants, to the facilitators, to the rapporteurs. I think we did a world tour on flexible learning pathways, entry, progression, technology, governance. So I think this is a real wealth, I think, of country experiences that we could share. So I would like to remind the rapporteurs to send us their written reports. We will compile this. There will be a report that will be prepared from this event. So we need this input for it. And so this is the opportunity actually to remind you of sending it to us. Huh? So without further ado, then I think this is a long day. It's becoming longer than we planned. Then I suggest that we move to the conclusion and closing remarks. So can we have the slide that shows this? Yeah, because we have prepared a slide to introduce into the conclusion and closing remarks. So we have two speakers now. So we have with us, and not with us, unfortunately, but via video, the Secretary General of the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education, Mr. Maslan Yusof, and I will invite my colleagues to launch the video for his closing remark to this event. Can we have the video? Okay, it's coming. We do not hear the sound. I think we have to relaunch it again, no?
And dubbed as the father of modern management, once said, and I quote, "We need to encourage habits of flexibility, of continuous learning, and of acceptance of change as normal and as an opportunity for institutions as well as for individuals," unquote. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and warm greetings to all. I quoted Peter F. Drucker at the start of my speech, as I feel what was conveyed by Drucker is very much related to us in the higher education landscape. For decades, entry to higher education gave priority to those with certain high school qualification to enter universities. A study conducted by Friesen and Stephenson in 2016 revealed that one of the main factors that influence a person's decision to pursue studies in higher education is accessibility factor, which includes the admission requirement of the institution, pragmatic factors such as cost and distance to the institution, and their level of secondary school preparation. These factors, which are conventional in nature, in my opinion, should remain to be things of the past. As what Drucker has said, we need to be flexible and accept change. Change is certainly inevitable in higher education, especially now when the environment around us has changed in an unprecedented manner. The rapid developments in this era of technology have caused the expectations towards higher education to also undergo metamorphosis. People expect us to offer more. They need and want more choices and options. Thus, we need to provide more alternatives for students to pursue higher education. As the road to higher education can no longer be confined to only one pathway, diversification of routes should be the new practice. Students need to be able to decide on what program or course they would like to embark in, and where and when they want to study. Factors like distance, cost, and academic qualifications highlighted by Friesen and Stephenson
should no longer be a barrier to higher education. We need to make higher education easily accessible and available to everyone, regardless of their background. Hence, discussion on issues and challenges to promote flexible learning as undertaken by this forum is indeed apt and timely. I believe this forum has provided a platform for all of us to share insights and thoughts on how we, working together as one, should address and prepare ourselves to face the issues beyond the current pandemic. It is through the sharing of best practices can we succeed in our quest to design a flexible higher education system. For that, I must applaud and congratulate the main host of this forum, IIEP-UNESCO, and also the Malaysian counterparts as co-organizing committee, chaired and led by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Saiful Bahari from Universiti Sains Malaysia, the Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility, Department of Higher Education, Universiti Sains Malaysia, Malaysia, Qualifications Agency and Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO as part of the team in ensuring the success of this intellectual discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, on the first day of the forum, you have had the pleasure of listening to the keynote speech delivered by the Honorable Dr. Noraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia, where she shared the national perspectives on flexible learning pathways in Malaysian higher education. I would like to echo what has been said by the Minister, especially on lifelong learning. As all of you are aware, among the targets of SDG 4 are to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, as well as to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Malaysia's new strategic objectives for higher education outlined in the Malaysian Education Blueprint for Higher Education 2015-2025 focus on providing lifelong learning opportunities through reskilling and upskilling to meet the ever-changing skills demands. The third shift listed in the blueprint, which is Nation of Lifelong Learners, has outlined key initiatives to elevate the quality of our existing programs and also to introduce new programs that are more innovative. The implementation of flexible learning in higher education would indeed open a world of endless possibilities for the society to indulge in lifelong learning. I believe Professor Peter van der Hijgen, in his keynote speech has shared his thoughts on one of the pathways in flexible learning, which is micro-credentials. He highlighted the demand for competences, new pedagogies, and digital certification as the factors why it is timely for us to start looking into micro-credentials. In Malaysia, as in other countries, we too have refined our instruments for flexible learning with the existence of new instruments such as the accreditation of prior experiential learning, or better known as APEL, massive open online courses or MOOCs, as well as micro-credentials which provide opportunities for all to gain access to higher education. Flexible learning programs such as APEL has helped many Malaysians to pursue higher education regardless of their background. Allow me to share a few examples of those who have managed to pursue their studies through APEL. Raja Zulkarnain Raja Muhammad Yusuf, a professional musician and gambus expert, had always wanted to pursue a master's program, but he did not have the proper formal qualifications. However, in 2014, Raja Zulkarnain heard of APEL program, and he immediately jumped at the opportunity. APEL had allowed him to pursue a Master of Arts in Musicology program at Universiti Malaya. Now he is the president of the Malaysian Gambus Association and lectures at the National Conservatory of Arts, which is an organization that offers art, culture, and heritage courses on music, dance, and theater. He is currently doing his doctorate. Another notable individual who has benefited from APEL is Malaysia Federation of Deaf Executive Director Muhammad Sazali Shari. He is an influential figure in Malaysia who is always looking out for the deaf and hard of learning community. In 2018, Sazali received his APEL certification and has been continuing his pursuit of lifelong learning since then. He is now doing his Masters in Policy Studies at Universiti Malaya. These are only two out of many success stories of how flexible learning would be able to help one to achieve their dream. Hence, I strongly believe that through flexible learning pathways that we are championing today, we shall continue to provide platforms which would benefit the higher education landscape as well as the nation. I'm happy to share that Malaysia Accreditation of Prior Experiential Learning, or APEL, has been recognized by UNESCO and in many countries. This program has also recorded a significant increase from 4,699 applications in 2015 to 22,172 applications as of June 2021, which is more than 300%. This is a clear indication that Malaysian higher education institution efforts and initiatives to promote lifelong learning through flexible learning pathways have yielded encouraging results. Ladies and gentlemen, so where do we go from here? As the way forward, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, through our Higher Education 4.0 initiatives, which encompass flexible learning, aims to produce competent and skilled workforce to meet the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. We also put emphasis on the equity groups, the disadvantaged and marginalized people in the society, in order to ensure they are able to share the prosperity and consequently contribute to the country. MOHI will consistently provide the best avenue for the higher education landscape to deliver the best education for students from all backgrounds. And we will continue our efforts to transform the teaching and learning process to benefit the people and the nation as a whole. Although there have been and will be challenges, I have full confidence that we are on the right path in our pursuit to achieving what needs to be done for the betterment of the higher education ecosystem, especially in this trying time. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like again to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, the distinguished delegates and participants for your cooperation, involvement, and commitment in making the International Policy Forum IPF 2021 on SDG 4 Flexible Learning Pathways in Higher Education a success. I strongly believe This 3-day forum has managed to yield fruitful outcomes for all parties to act on as our way forward with regards to flexible learning in higher education. Let us all envision a future with a holistic, integrated higher education system that ensures inclusive and equitable quality and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. With that, I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maslan Yusuf, for these concluding remarks, and also for reminding us that flexible learning pathways can be life transforming. So the examples that you gave from the 2 students that entered higher education into APEL, they were most enlightening. So thank you very much. Now I would like to pass the floor to my colleague, Dr. Peter Wells, from the UNESCO Higher Education section, sorry. And Peter, are you with us for your concluding
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you already. And now we can see you. Wonderful. Welcome,
Excellent.
Peter.
Thank you so much, Mihaela, and it's an honor to follow those very heartwarming words from His Excellency from Malaysia just now. I think it would be impossible for me to summarize all of the phenomenal discussions and really insightful reflections that I've heard during the 3 days on flexible learning pathways, but maybe I would like to focus on one thing, and that is we're talking about people. We're talking about learners. We're talking about how learning and teaching can evolve and talk to the aspirations of young people, to youth, and ultimately to allow them to lead fruitful lives, support their families, and contribute in a meaningful way to the development of their countries. And I would say we have a challenge in higher education. In higher education, by higher education, I mean all different types of tertiary level education institutions, universities, colleges, polytechnics, however they would be described in a higher education system. We need to stop and think and change. Today's university is not the same as yesterday's. And I'm not just recalling the pandemic, although the pandemic, the CV, the COVID-19 has certainly made us stop and think in the higher education community as how we teach, how we learn, how we assess, where we teach, where we assess, and how. And I think we've taken actually almost a decade leap forward that we weren't prepared to make before COVID-19, but we've learned a lot. That's not to say that everything has to be online. And we've heard the different reports from the groups today who were talking about the use of technology. They were talking about qualifications frameworks. They were talking about mobility. But I think fundamentally what we need to think about is a rethink of what do we mean by higher education? Who is it for? When will it take place? Where will it take place? How will it evolve? Because we cannot stay the same. Higher education is not just about bachelor's and master's and doctoral degrees anymore. That's over. That's last century. We need to think about what people need. Do they need short courses? Do they need flexible learning pathways to do individual type courses and not necessarily full degrees? And I think this session, these 3 days, have really highlighted that we are now on a road to think about a different type of tertiary higher education provision. And I can only commend everybody from what I've heard and what are they saying. You are talking about the future. And this is something that we are, with UNESCO, supporting all member states, but also institutions, learners, teachers, faculty, researchers. We want to help you change the vision of what we think of as higher education. There was Jeff Bezos, I think his name is, from Amazon. I saw something from him. He wrote last week, if you are leaning away from the future is going to win every time. And higher education needs to be the future. We have the World Conference on Higher Education coming up next year in May in Barcelona. And your message, your work that you've all talked about today needs to be there. And I would genuinely encourage you to be a part of that discussion, the global discussion. But so thank you so very much. This is you are an inspiring group. I've been inspired by this and I've learnt a lot. And we need this vision to tell us what higher education will be in the future. Thank you so much. And back to you, Michaela.
Yeah, Peter, thank you so much for these thoughtful comments. Really, I think they come at a very good moment, as we have heard so many things about what's going on at the country level, what is happening in some particular well-advanced countries, what could inspire us. But I think it really relates to the question, what is the big vision? And what is it that we are doing it for, which I think we always have to relate to. We always have to relate to the bigger vision. Where do we want to go with our societies and our higher education? But then also, how do we construct this? And I think that is really what I took from your intervention, Peter. So thank you very much. And it comes at, as I said, at the most timely moment. So this is actually a very exciting moment. We have gone through 3 days of very stimulating exchanges. Let me admit to you that it has been an experiment for us as well. For me, it's the first, I have organized quite a number of conferences, but the first totally online conference. And I have to say it has worked very well. And I would like to thank all the participants for so many participants to having stayed throughout this event. I think this is really great. I think we had wonderful exchanges. We were relating between the international level, what's going on sometimes in regional contexts, national contexts. We were also addressing the issues, what's happening between national policy frameworks and how do institutions react to it. The student concern being in the center. So I think there were very fundamental and very important issues addressed and very important messages being made. So I think it has been a great event. Now I would like to say that now we would like to hear from you as well. So right now we will be sending out a link to take your opinions on this event. So we will try to apply a little bit our philosophy in planning, that you always have to plan, but with an assessment of the past. So if we plan for the next conference, what you say now will enter into this planning process. So I think that would be very useful for us. So I will like to invite my colleagues to send you the link right now. I hope that the diverse country experiences that were exposed and that we could collect also through our research will be useful and inspiring about the thinking of your higher education policies. This is a policy forum, so we have really targeted policymakers and from a great variety of countries, small, big, from all regions. So I think it has been extremely rich also, and I think there's a great potential actually really to take stock of all this and try to think through what is useful actually for your national policy making to construct flexible learning pathways for a diversified higher education system, for an ever diversified groups of learners with different needs and with different aspirations. So thank you very much from my end. I pass it now to my colleague Uliana. She has been the second pillar, and there are so many other pillars, but I want to give her the floor as well and to convey the thinking notes.
Indeed, there are so many people that we are grateful. So finally, we have reached the end of our 3-day International Policy Forum on Flexible Learning Pathways. This forum has been truly an international event with, as you know, more than 80 countries participating from Africa, Asia, the Pacific, Europe, the Arab states, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And we would like to thank all of you for joining us for these 3 days. And for some of you, it was really quite early in the morning, and for others, late hours. I think someone from Tongo said it was 1 a.m. and they were still with me on a workshop. So really, thank you all for that. We would like to also thank all panelists, speakers, distinguished guests who shared their valuable thoughts and left some great ideas and points for action for the future. We also want to thank everyone at IIEP who has been contributing to making this event a reality and has been involved in the planning of the event for months. This is namely the information services, the IT services, our great administration people, our interpreters. I know it was a tiring 3 days, so we're really, really thankful to all of you. This was truly an international forum, as you know, so the effort was also international. So we would like to thank our international office in Buenos Aires, IIEP Buenos Aires office, who have assisted us in making this event possible and also in promoting the event in Latin America and the Caribbean. Of course, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our co-organizers in this forum, and it is the Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility of Malaysia, the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education, the Department of Higher Education, the Universiti Sains Malaysia, and specifically Dr. Saiful and his wonderful team, the Malaysian Qualifications Agency, and all the speakers from MQA and the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. We have all benefited from the great support that you provided and the experience that you have shared during the forum. And finally, we would like to thank everyone who has been watching us on YouTube and asking questions. Your ideas have really enriched our discussions. So on the last note, I would like to ask everyone to turn on their cameras so that we can see you all and to say goodbye to you and also to see your inspired faces for the future action. Yes, let me turn on the gallery view. So nice to see everyone. Thank you all. This was a wonderful, wonderful forum. We're really, really grateful to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci à vous. Merci.
And next time we meet in Penang.
Yes,
Jordan,
we all hope so.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, both of you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful experience.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
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 Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.